FM HD2 Tacoma, home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners dropped their first game to the Tigers 9-6 as Emerson Hancock gave up 6 runs in a quick outing. First pitch for tonight's game is at 6:40. The Kraken have lost 5 of their last 6, losing 3-1 to Dallas last night. And the NFL has some changes coming, including both teams having the opportunity to possess the football in overtime. But the Tush Push has been canceled, or not canceled, but tabled for now.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bump and Stacy.
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Mike and Mike, we're back. Michael Bumpus here with Mike Lefko. Stacy's still out for the day, and we got to see the Mariners. And you know what? Going into this game, Lefko, I wanted to see what Emerson Hancock could do. I'm like, all right, man, George Kirby's not there. This is the replacement, right? He played started 7 games for the M's last year. I believe it was like 3-4, 4-3, something like that. He has some stuff, but it turned pretty quickly. Watching the game, boom, there's a knock. All right, Emerson, you'll figure this thing out. Boom, there's another knock. All right, settle down, young fella. But he just couldn't get it done. Ended up giving up 7 hits, 6 earned runs. Didn't walk anybody, 1 walk. No Ks. That was a tough outing for this young man, and I feel partly responsible for it because Stacy and I interviewed him on opening day. So I'm going to say, Emerson, you shake that off. That was me and Stacy, okay? That was me and Stacy. You just shake it off and you'll be fine. But it's your initial reaction watching what we saw last night.
Well, first of all, Bump, I'm glad I'm back. They brought us back. They brought us back for part 2. I love it, the remix edition. Little word of advice. Don't put that on yourself.
No, I do.
Don't put that on this show because
I'm a parent.
Here's the problem. Now players aren't going to want to come on the show. They're going to be like, I've heard some power happens from this midday show. They have the power to either curse or bless us. And you might have cursed Emerson Hancock. So just always promote the good. You guys are the good. It didn't take that first time, but when players come on, they're going to have a boost. That's what we like to pretend that we have some power, because you know how people say, oh, don't be a jinx. You're talking about a no-hitter or a perfect game, then it ends. Well, it's the broadcaster who jinxes you, or it's the person who brought it up, where we have little to no power. Because if we did, why would we be sitting here in a radio studio rather than like dictating the world? So
Dictating the world.
Yeah, you don't have that power.
See,
I'm not going to put that guilt on you.
You don't know what it's like. You see your
That's
kids
a parent
struggling,
guilt.
and
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah,
All
man,
right.
hey, that's me, dog. You're good. You're
Okay.
good. You're going to be okay. So I'll take this one. But after that, you get one. After that, it's you.
Okay, so that's a good way to look at it. Yeah. It's it's just discouraging for the fact that it escalated so quickly, and it's a starter that you don't expect to be a regular part of the rotation, sure, but you mentioned it. He was in this exact spot last year. He started the season. He made 7 starts before Brian Wu began the year. So it's not like Emerson Hancock is new to Major League Baseball. In fact, the guy on the other side, Jackson Jobe, he's pretty new. He made his first start. I think just second ever appearance and first start in Major League Baseball. Slightly different circumstances. That guy's one of the top prospects in all of baseball. Emerson Hancock, a good starter. But I think we've seen a little bit of that drop-off where, not to say that we take the Mariners rotation for granted at this point, but you really appreciate how good a top 5 can be, where you see, okay, this is what other teams are dealing with when they have to go and replace one of their top starters, which might be one of their top 2 or 3 starters, and you have a guy that's solid, but if he's not locked in and he has an outing like that where in the first – it can really escalate for pitchers. So often you see a pitcher either get knocked out of the game or escape a jam and then settle back in and lock in for 6 innings. I mean, it's really tough. In the first inning, a pitcher comes in, either they're too amped up or, they just don't have something working and hitters can jump on it. And I have heard from hitters, and what's interesting, I'll tie this to the pitch clock a little bit. What some hitters have said is one thing they like about the pitch clock is that if a pitcher is spiraling, if he's reeling in a situation like that where the Tigers are just putting guys on base and they keep moving the line, the pitch clock does not allow you to really take a lot of time and compose yourself. You can have a mound visit, but you have a set number of mound visits, and then it's get the ball and pitch. You don't have time to do some things on and off the rubber and stall and do all that. So Emerson Hancock going through it there, the Tigers were relentless, and they just didn't allow him to settle in, and it spiraled from there. Who knows? If he gets out of that inning, maybe you see a couple more, like on Saturday when the Mariners, they had the bases loaded. They did not get that key knock, and so you let the starter stay in for a little more. But yeah, in a situation like that, credit the Tigers because the 2-out hitting, that's the big difference. I'm going to tie it all back to that, is the 2-out hitting and the 2-out RBI. Huge difference in this one. The Tigers drive in 7 runs with 2 outs, including 4 in that first inning. The Mariners just get 1 2-out RBI. So they did not let Emerson Hancock off the hook. And I don't know. I don't know if you feel some vast overriding concern. It's more of just, okay, Emerson Hancock, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some solid outings. You're going to get 1 or 2 like that. I think he alluded to it. He had that really tough outing against the Brewers in his second start of the season last year. So I think he'll be fine. He'll be a solid pitcher, but he's not going to be a pitcher like these first 4 in the rotation where they could win you the game. Like on Sunday, Brian Wu put you in position to win the game because he just gave up 1 run. Or Logan Gilbert goes 7 innings on opening night. You're going to win the game if you get some offense. Emerson Hancock, you're going to need to score some more runs. The Mariners did, but that first inning, it's really tough to come from behind like that.
It was tough. And let's hear what Emerson Hancock had to say about what he needs to improve on after that.
Yeah, I think super frustrated just because, I didn't do my part in helping us get a win. I kind of put us too big of a hole early on, and I just didn't give us a chance at all, especially just to kind of get off that bad of a start. And I got to execute better. I have to, find a way to get out of that inning. That way we can get out and, maybe get some more length out of that game, or, maybe you get into a rhythm and settle in later. But I didn't do my job.
He's figuring it out, and he owns it. You got to own it. There's no way you're not going to own that type of performance. But look, man, going into this situation, I think this makes you even appreciate what you have even more. Emerson Hancock, he has some good stuff, but he's just not the starting 5 that you're used to seeing. So, give the young man a break. It's a long season. Like, you cannot look at one game and say, this is who this young man is. You can look at it and say, all right, man, well, you got some things you need to work on mentally, physically, all that good stuff. And how do you move on from this? This is what he had to say.
Yeah, I think it just comes from the experience. Early on last year, we kind of went through a start similar to this, and I mean, at the end of the day, you go to sleep, you flush it, and then you wake up tomorrow and work as hard as you possibly can for it not to happen again. And you don't let it affect your confidence. You work as hard as you can the next week. That way, you get an opportunity. We can help the team win and get a win.
Move on. You got to move on. That's all you can do. But there were some positives that came from this game. What'd you see, Lefko?
Well, I don't want to dwell on the positive of, hey, they didn't allow Kerry Carpenter to have 5 hits. I mean, that guy. I'm annoyed with Kerry Carpenter. Before I move on to the positives of the Mariners, he had an RBI early on in the first inning, but I don't know what it is. Sometimes you just play well. The Mariners always run into these menaces, right? Yeah. I feel like every year there's one guy on one team who's always that nuisance, who just menaces the opposing pitching staff throughout the season. That's been Kerry Carpenter for his entire career. It's a relatively young career, but in his career, I don't know what it is about the Mariners. If there's some deep-seated hatred or some frustration against them, but this dude rakes. He has 6 home runs, 11 RBI, batting .400 against them, and you could just dive further into those stats. So when I saw him get that early hit in the first inning, threw my hands up like, oh, this guy again? Like, let's get rid of him. So you'll see him 2 more times, unfortunately. But, yeah, you go into the positives of the Mariners, and I know the score skews things a little bit where, okay, a home run when you're down 6-0, is the pitcher going to be as locked in? Maybe not, but still, to see those middle-of-the-order power bats that you need start to come to life a little bit. You got to find some consistency. We keep talking about consistency building to something because right now, the Mariners haven't put it all together yet, both pitching and offense. I mean, arguably, this is their best offensive game, even though, two runs came at the very end when Cal Raleigh hit that one in the 9th. But when you get a triple from Julio, a home run from Raley, another home run from Arozarena, and a home run from Cal Raleigh, you build all that, you stack it on top of a good pitching performance like you'd expect tonight with Logan Gilbert, and all of a sudden, there's hopefully the recipe for the first balanced, complete game of the season. Now, I'm willing it into existence, Bump. It hasn't happened yet. But yeah, those middle-of-the-order bats, that was good. We can still kind of dive back into some of the concerns around that. But yeah, just on the surface, Cal Raleigh hitting well, got his home run, has an 18-game on-base streak dating back to last season. Julio starting to find some consistency, so we can hang our hat on that.
Julio, a little triple that he sliced over there to right field and got on third base. He had McKinstry, I believe, who tried to make a play on the ball, couldn't do it. And Arozarena continues to hit the ball hard, man. Has an 80% hard hit rate. Here's his bomb.
Here's the pitch on the way to Randy. Swinging a well-hit ball deep to left center field. Carpenter going back, looking up, and goodbye, baseball. Randy parks it into the Tiger bullpen, and the Mariners get on the board here in the bottom half of the second. They need a spark and a big lift. Down by 6, now make it down by 5. It's the Tigers 6, the Mariners 1, and Randy's second home run of the season.
Just pumping some life into this lineup Randy has been doing with his bat, with his emotions. I love everything that I'm seeing from Randy. Luke got on the board as well, man. We saw him hit a bomb as well.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on, crushed, right field. It's on its way, and this one is gone. Luke Raley. His first home run of the season, a solo swat into the seats. And the Mariners take one back. It's now 8-3 Tigers.
You talk about the middle of the order, giving you some type of life. The bottom of the order, unfortunately, were they 0 for 9, I believe, last night?
Yeah, 0 for 9. Not good. So there's your concern there as we kind of balance out the positives with the concern. But those 2 home runs you just played, Arozarena and Raley, to me, those are 2 of the most important guys in the Mariners lineup this season. I know you and Stacy talked about your most important Mariner outside of Julio. And you said, J.P. Crawford, I think. And you guys talked about a number of names. J.P. Crawford, certainly. Almost every starter, you could argue. But Arozarena, because he's batting right behind Raleigh. If Julio and Cal are going to get on base consistently, where is that threat? Where is that move the line like the Tigers showed last night, where every single person in the lineup, save for McKinstry, got a hit? That happens when you have 18. But you're going to have to pressure the pitcher. You're going to have to make it where, he doesn't have time to dwell on that. He's given up a couple of hits to Julio and to Cal, and here comes Arozarena. So if he produces, and he did have a tough season last year, if he's that consistent threat, this lineup can come to life a little bit. And I am very high on the Luke Raley train. I think maybe more so than a lot of people. I am on the play Luke Raley every day because there's not a better option. You can alternate him, move him around first base, DH, but I want to get away from the handedness. The handedness matchups, and, we'll continue to push this. It's been a big selling point of Bob for a couple of years now, so they talk about that in the afternoon. But Luke Raley shows you things like that where he can hit a home run. He has that potential, simply because he is going to be part of this core that's building forward, the future of this Mariners lineup. When you get these young hitters up there in a couple of years, when you have that core built around Cal and Julio and Robles, Raley still under team control, he represents, I think, more hope and more potential than anyone else out there. And Bump, I'll put the caveat on there. If they had a better option to alternate left-right matchups, I would say go with it. But at least to this point, the 5-game sample size, I don't think there has been a proven better option out there if you're not going to have Luke Raley in the lineup.
And you're kind of alluding to that in the 6th inning they had an opportunity. You felt like fifth inning. You felt like, all right, this is the moment. Rowdy, what are you going to do? You're going to go yard, you're going to get on base. What are you going to do? And it just doesn't come up clutch. But from Raley to Cal, let's see what Cal did in the 9th.
1 on, 1 away, and the 2-0 pitch to Cal. Swinging a high fly ball deep to left field. Carpenter going back to the 1 he tracked near the wall, and this one is gone. Goodbye, baseball. Into Edgar's Cantina. Cal Raleigh with his first home run of the season. These guys keep fighting and fighting and fighting, and it's now the Tigers 9 and the Mariners 6. Number 1 for Cal Raleigh. He belted 34 of them last year.
Now, as a former athlete, as a coach, that was an L. But you love to see the guys just keep swinging, right? Their heads aren't down. They're not moping around. Obviously, it was a tough situation to start the game off. You put yourself in a hole, and your team isn't necessarily built to come back from stuff like that. But you kept fighting. You had an opportunity in the 5th. Didn't get her done, but then Cal just keeps swinging the bat. That's all you can do. It's a long season. But you know what? It's crazy to say this. The Angels are the best team in the West right now. 3-1. The Angels at the top. Seattle's down at 2-3, but you know it's a long season.
What's with the L.A. baseball happening? The Dodgers haven't lost. The Angels, are they claiming? Do they still claim? They still claim that L.A. name.
They better not.
So.
I mean, they still claim it, but you ain't in L.A.
Okay.
Come on, we know.
All right. Yeah. You had that baseball. Was that the Coach Bump speech? Did we just hear the Coach Bump speech?
Yeah, maybe. Did it feel like it?
It did.
All right. There we go.
That's like. Not to say, hey, is that what you give after a losing performance? Like, your teams don't lose. I know that.
Oh, well,
but,
everybody loses.
Okay. No, they don't lose often. Well,
okay.
They don't lose often. Sure, I'm going to believe in that. But, yeah, if you have your team has a tough performance, is that what the speech you gave them is? I mean, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like that was your little pep talk.
Not after
moving
the game.
Into Tuesday.
That's like the next day when they come in, I watch the film.
Okay.
I'm like, all right, you guys didn't give up, though. I just keep fighting. That's all you can do, especially when your starter gives up 6 in the first. So, yeah, well, we got some things to fix tonight. At 6:40, they take on the Tigers again. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline Rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
According to Adam Jude of the Seattle Times, the Mariners have ordered torpedo bats. What's the real headline?
Does it help you make contact with the ball, though?
No. The player has to do that.
I'm just trying to be channel my Stacy, a little bit incisive, a little biting on these headlines. The Mariners struck out 9 times again last night. So, yeah, if you're not making contact, what does a torpedo bat do? But it is interesting. I mean, this craze, it's sweeping around baseball. I thought it was overblown. I'm going to be honest. I thought it was overblown because, all right, it's the same kind of bat. We can have the demonstration again if you want. I can bring the bat back in and go through it. But now it's catching on. Ellie De La Cruz of the Reds, he used one in batting practice, decided he liked it, so just use it in the game, had never really used it before yesterday. Bump, guess what he does?
Goes yard.
Twice.
2 times. 2 of them things.
7 RBI, career high 7 RBI, drives into torpedo bats. So, yeah, in Adam Jude's column, he said that the Mariners were curious about them. I think they've ordered a shipment, and guys are going to tinker with them, see if they like them. So we'll see. You got the torpedo bats sweeping the country.
That's what sports is. Oh, what you doing over there? All right, let me try this out. Let me see what's going on. Now, listen, look. The Yankees, 11 hits per game second. 5 home runs a game first. 11 RBIs in the game. Team OPS over 1,200. But they also got some names that you know and that you love. So, yes, you must. The player still has to swing the bat. It's like when I get new golf clubs. Oh, this is going to fix my swing. Nah, bro, you got the same swing. There's a more expensive driver. Get in the lab, but we shall see. Maybe it's a mental thing. Maybe they feel differently with the torpedo bat in their hand and things start to happen.
I will say, the Mariners are up there again, but single-handedly led by Rafael Devers. The Red Sox lead the way outside of the teams that didn't start the season in Tokyo. So 55 strikeouts in the Red Sox. And I think Devers chimed in with a few more yesterday, didn't he?
Is it 15 total?
15?
Yeah.
Through 19 at-bats?
Yeah.
Oof.
That's your boy. That's your boy.
Consistency, at least.
He's got to get his feet right.
Headline Rewrites.
The Kraken have lost 5 of their last 6 after falling to the Stars 3-1 last night. What is the real headline?
Bump, I have a question for you. If a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound?
A question I've been trying to answer my whole life.
Yeah.
Perspective. This is rough. Let's get this over. What, 7 games left or something like that? Let's get this over. Hey, but they did beat the Oilers on the 27th. So.
Yeah, but now they've lost twice since then.
I'm
That's the only win.
I'm trying to find something. What do you expect this team to do, though? Everyone's gone, right?
Yeah, just end the season, I think.
Let's get it over with. It is what it is. This is where, as a coach, man, you're coming up with speeches to save your life at the end of this run that they're on right now to end the season. But I'm sure they're looking around the dressing room and saying, we just don't have the guys. And that's a lonely feeling. I've been on teams like that where you just don't have the guys. So what do? You honestly become an individual and say, now I just got to play for me because I need a new contract. I need to secure my spot. You start to become selfish and the team aspect kind of just dwindles away because it is over. You're looking forward to next season.
I don't see an easy fix, though. That's the issue.
No.
I mean, they just fired their coach. So you have a first-year head coach. Are you going to fire him again and go through a constant cycle of trying to find stability there? The obvious move is Ron Francis needs to be under some scrutiny, so we'll see what happens there. But they have accumulated so many draft picks, and these draft picks just haven't hit. And there's nothing more discouraging than not having a hockey team live up to its promise. Because you remember playoff hockey? That one little taste of playoff hockey?
It was amazing.
Man, that was exciting.
It was fun.
That was thrilling. I want the city to have that again because it was exhilarating. Playoff hockey, much different game. It's a different sport. Playoff hockey is a different sport than regular season hockey. And now this team that it looked like they were starting to ascend. We were talking about ascension and moving up. Well, now they're slogging through a climb down to the bottom, and I don't know how you flip a switch and get it back. So for now, it's a little discouraging that there doesn't seem to be an easy fix unless you really start to just go out there, try to acquire some guys. They need stars. That's what it is.
Exactly.
They don't need Dallas stars. They need like actual superstars on the roster. But yeah, there's no one really that you can market either. Jordan Eberle's the captain, but you don't have that star that attracts attention. You could say, look, this is our goal scorer. This is our horse. We're going to ride behind his points. So, I don't know. It's a tough road ahead for the Kraken.
Tough.
Headline Rewrites.
The NFL has decided to table the vote on the Tush Push until a later date. What's the real headline?
Bump, if there's one thing I've learned in life, it's that moving your problems into the future, always a good idea.
Procrastination.
Yeah, why solve now? You can just wait on until the future. It's future problems.
Yeah,
So.
my question, why? Like, what?
Yeah,
Why? Did it get so heated in that conference room or whatever you guys are in that both sides couldn't come to an agreement and you had to table it? Like, what is the issue? Just make a decision on this, because last couple of years, it's been a hot topic. And me personally, I am for the Tush Push. I don't mind the Tush Push, but I also understand the reasoning behind it. Just don't tell me it's because guys are getting hurt, because the data does not support that. It's because it doesn't look attractive. It doesn't look like modern day football, and you feel like the offense has an advantage, which they do in that situation. But like I always say, don't get to 31. Don't get to 4th and 1. Don't let my team get on the 1-yard line, and you won't have to deal with it. There are only 2 teams that are really executing this: Philly and the Bills. Everyone else isn't hitting the way that Philly's hitting. 86% success rate with the Tush Push they have. It's really 1 or 2 teams doing it.
Well, and the Bills don't even do it that well. It's just that Josh Allen is so big that he forces his way in there. Remember those key plays against the Chiefs and that contentious 4th down call on that spot? They didn't get much of a push. Josh Allen just kind of bodies his way through the pile. So I would say just the Eagles are doing it well. But yeah, I think it's more of the proponents of this ban. The teams that want it to get banned are thinking, okay, if we do drop the guys, if it's for safety and just we're saying we don't want it to be run because the Eagles are good at it and because we don't like the play, it won't get passed at all. So now they're trying to find some way to back up that notion that, well, there's no data to support injury risk, but we want to find that, I think we were reading somewhere that they want to try to do studies that the spine and the way that the linemen are pushed downward and they project outward, they do some analysis that could lead to potentially catastrophic injury. So maybe they need more time to figure out a study to back that up. But it does seem like, hey, just give me a solution. Either you're going to ban it or you're not going to ban it. Don't just kick it down the road.
Don't table it.
In May, they're going to have to come back and do this again. It's going to get heated again because those same teams want it banned, and the Eagles will come out and say no. Did you hear what Nick Sirianni said, by the way, in the midst of talking about that the other day? He goes, well, I better have 3 votes because those guys got their jobs because of it. So he's talking about his former coordinators that have become head coaches. So Jonathan Gannon, Shane Steichen, and now Kellen Moore. Yeah. I don't know how I'd feel about that. Like, oh, just because of that, we're coaches now? But I mean, I think he's saying his pipeline of developing talent.
Yeah, exactly. It was banter. It's just banter.
So we'll see what happens. But yeah, they didn't solve anything today. The Tush Push.
Look, you got to get better personnel. The Philadelphia Eagles have the biggest offensive line in the game. They average like 325 pounds across the board and like 6'6". And you got a quarterback who has the strongest legs at the position. Personnel, it matters. So that's the main problem. You got to stop whining. Let's get it done. All right, coming up, man, the league meetings are going down, and we might have heard something that might change the way you think about DK. That's up next.
4th down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
The NFL is trying to clean up the game. What do they want to emphasize, and how do you feel about it?
The NFL wants to bring in more sportsmanship. And I understand they're saying, look, we want kids watching the game to learn from these guys. And listen, it is a good idea. But the ball player in me says, man, forget all that noise. This is football.
4th down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather stripping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news from our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second CyberKnife. Patients can now receive CyberKnife treatment at Swedish Cherry Hill and First Hill campuses. As many 710 listeners know, CyberKnife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment option for prostate cancer with proven results. It uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movements while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision. Healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. The end result? Excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the CyberKnife treatment period is typically only 5 days, with each session lasting less than an hour. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We got Mike Lefkoe in for Stacy Ross and Michael Bumpus. Bump in Stacy's show. I jumped the gun just a little bit. I'm so excited to talk about the DK news that I actually skipped one. So I teased the wrong situation there, right? So we're going back to the league meetings.
All right. Build up the intrigue.
Get ready for that DK talk. The text line's already going off on DK. So
I can't even imagine the change in reaction and what's going to happen.
That's just how it goes down. You know, people change and you change your views on things. But Brady Henderson, he is a friend of the show, obviously. He reports that the Seahawks have signed Josh Jobe to a 1-year, $2 million deal. How do you feel about that signing there, Lefko?
Well, I thought about that, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, they don't have really anyone at cornerback. Yeah, they have no depth. It's a key signing. I know he played some valuable minutes for them and had some good games for them last year. Threw him in there, kind of was a starter at times, but you do look behind Woolen and say, wow, they really need to either have Nehemiah Pritchett come on or a guy like Jobe if you think he can emerge into the starter. I don't know what you do to upgrade that position unless you think the draft is going to be the save for that right now. Because Trey Brown, he did kind of disappear since that 2022 season where he emerged as this option of, wow, he can be a really good corner opposite of Riq Woolen. And at that time, you thought, well, this is a strength. There's too much depth at cornerback right now. But now you don't really want to move Witherspoon to that outside spot because he's so good, in the slot. He's the great nickel corner. So I know they love to utilize him in that position. You have Riq, you have maybe Joe. But, yeah, Bump, when we talk about the depth on this team, we know there's not much at linebacker right now behind your two starters. We know the offensive line has to be improved. Cornerback kind of sneakily is one of those positions where you're like, you know what? They could really work to strengthen that position as well. And it hadn't really occurred to me until you think about, Trey Brown is gone. Okay, Josh Jobe, technically right now, would be the other starter outside of Riq Woolen.
Yeah, you got Riq over there, Nehemiah Pritchett. You're hoping that he develops Josh Jobe, and then there's a lot of blank spots on that depth chart. This used to be one of the deepest positions on the team, but then things happen. That is the NFL. Guys move on. So, yes, they're going to draft them a corner or two. That's a position. We spoke to Brady Henderson on the show here, and he said, look, that's a position that is going to get drafted every single year. No matter who you have on your squad, it's just going to go down. So that makes sense, and we'll see what they do there. But, all right, here's the tricky one here. John Schneider told reporters that they are essentially done signing offensive linemen. This is via Brady Henderson on his X feed. Don't hold your breath on the Seahawks signing a veteran O-lineman. John Schneider told us at the owners' meeting that it probably wouldn't be until after the draft as a cap casualty guy or something like that. We brought several guys through, and it just hasn't been a good fit. Here's Brady.
We are 3 or so weeks into free agency, so the guys that you would be able to get at this point, I don't know if there's a guy out there who, you would sign anyway right now who would come in and be a starter. I think that the caliber of players left at this point are guys that, at best, you would, maybe sign to come in and compete for a starting job. And so if that's the case, and if, the price for offensive linemen is inflated just because there's not that many of them, then I see where they're coming from, especially because, as you mentioned, they do have more faith than I think a lot of people realize in their younger guys, Oluwatimi and Jalen Sundell being the two guys who it sounds like they're prepared for those guys to battle it out at center.
So there are a few ways I look at this. You could have gotten a guy earlier, Will Fries or maybe Jenkins or the guy from Cleveland. What was his name? Wyatt, I believe. You could have. But there are some things that just didn't happen. Either the money wasn't right, they didn't like the situation in Seattle, or you as a coaching staff didn't think they would be a good fit. So earlier you could have done something. The stars didn't align, nothing happened. So now you are left with the leftovers essentially, and they're looking at the remaining offensive linemen and thinking to themselves, none of these guys are going to work. Or you can be looking at the situation and thinking, let's just develop. There's no rush to throw too much money at these veterans. We like what our young guys are doing or what they can be. Let's let them develop. Either way you look at it, it feels like they're standing still at that position, and that is something that I feel like fans all across our region are worried about.
It's something that we knew, right? We kind of theorized and talked about because you see all these names come in or sign elsewhere, and they don't sign here. So obviously you could put the pieces together and say, yeah, that's what's happening. But interesting to hear John Schneider confirm that. I think it just is at this point. We were trying to brainstorm names. Like, yeah, no one is left. We were talking about with Condotta yesterday. It's like, yeah, at this point, what names are even out there anymore? So, okay, now we know, hey, the Seahawks, they're not bringing in any offensive linemen. The focus is on the draft and on their current guys. So we can kind of stop talking about that. But, yeah, it puts the risk and the onus on the development. You're putting a lot on the coaching to say, well, we are definitively pinning the blame on the previous offensive coaching staff. So it's on these guys to move forward and help who we believe in. And as we were discussing yesterday, whoever you draft with all these early picks, the expectation that at least one of them comes in and maybe pushes or starts right away. What I think is interesting, and this was maybe kind of an under-the-radar thing that just happened, and I don't know if it would have changed anything with the Seahawks this year, but John Schneider said that, they were not going to sign someone like Will Fries until they brought him in for a physical. Now, the Vikings did. So kind of sight unseen, they signed him. The Seahawks want to. Tom Pelissero noted that there was one rule change, and then it kind of needs some explaining, but it is a little bit different. And John Schneider talked about it last week, I think, or a couple weeks ago with Wyman and Bob, what they were pushing for. So Pelissero says, the Steelers' proposal regarding contact with free agents during the negotiating window passed. So clubs can now have one video or phone call with up to 5 prospective free agents. Now, I did not realize that you could only talk to the agent, not the player.
Yep.
So I wonder if in future off seasons, if the Seahawks, they can't bring in someone like Will Fries, but in talking to them and having a video call and trying to get a sense of them, if that changes anything with how they operate moving forward. Because Condota noted that John Schneider was a big proponent of this as well. So it's an interesting thing that won't affect this offseason, but I wonder if in the future, if with all that cap space that we're talking about and people are wondering, well, why do you have all this cap space out there? If now in future off seasons, the Seahawks are like, okay, we are comfortable not bringing a guy in yet for a physical, but at least initiating contact, talk to him about some of these concerns, and maybe you do start to see some signings. But, just something to, again, kind of kick down the road. Doesn't help this offseason, but something to note moving forward.
Yeah, I'm actually going to talk about that a little more on 4 Down Territory 11:15. You guys stay tuned. But, I think in that situation with Will Fries, if they were to be able to have that meeting with him and look him in his eyes and he'd be able to sell himself, like, look, I'm healthy, I'm good, then possibly – but, man, you gotta lean on those doctors, too, man. When you're talking about the health of a player, man, you know how many times I told my coach I was good to go? Nah, my head's good. What are you talking about? Clearly concussed. Talked my way through that thing, got into the ball game. So I think you kind of got to lean on the doctors. But something else, we're talking about how they might focus on the draft when it comes to offensive linemen. There's one position that Brady thinks and Schneider thinks isn't very deep.
The other interesting thing that Schneider said today was he was asked about the possibility of finding an upgrade at either guard or center in the draft, and he basically volunteered that, it's not a very good draft for centers. And so he said it's going to be hard to find an upgrade at center in the draft because of that. And also, the other part of that response was that they do like Jalen Sundell and Oluwatimi more than a lot of people realize. But part of that equation is they feel like they've got the right system in place and the right coaching staff, and in terms of the teachers and the scheme.
Draft and develop essentially is what they're saying. It isn't a deep draft at the center spot. Me personally, I like Olu, and we saw Sundell a bit out there last year. I like Sundell as well. Ray Roberts, the big homie, the professor when it comes to offensive linemen, he likes those guys too. So I'm going to lean on him. I'm completely fine with this, man. I think it's all about the guard position. I think Olu will be fine. The scheme is going to fit their attributes. This one didn't surprise me.
Yeah, and I think now with Olu, he's had some experience. He's had some years in the NFL where 2023 he was drafted. You're not going to expect perhaps a 5th round pick to come in and be the center right away. So they had those 1-year fixes. They had Evan Brown. They had what they thought was a center last year, and then Connor Williams abruptly retires. So to throw Olu in there, I'm sure that coaching staff gained some confidence of, hey, this is short notice. This is, about a week's notice to get the start. He did admirably. He locked down that position the rest of the year. So that natural growth, I'm more along the lines of believing in. It's the guards, right?
Yeah.
That you have some uncertainty that, okay, a new coaching staff is going to make a complete 180 of a difference with the guards you have on staff. Maybe they develop a little bit, but with center, Olu, stable, got a ton of experience, had all those awards in college, so it's not like this guy's coming out of nowhere. Oh, yeah, I think they are good there. It was just kind of interesting for John Schneider to say there weren't a lot of good centers available because I think Brady was talking about this on Brock and Salk. You rarely hear him tip his hand one way or another about the strength or deficiencies of a relative draft grouping.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I think that
so maybe
just
it's subterfuge.
Develop. You got a guy there, all right? So we got that DK conversation coming up at 11, but before that, NFL rule changes. Some things went down. We talked about the tush push already. We'll dive deeper into that. There's some overtime rules that are going to be changed. A touchback is going to change, and the Lions trying to eliminate some stuff. It ain't going down. That's coming up next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
There is no offensive problem in Seattle when Julio is hot. None. all of the offensive problems that the Mariners have had in the last couple of years disappear when Julio's hot.
Yeah, you can put all that pressure on Julio, and it's all about Julio. And if Julio goes, everybody else goes. But we also know every rotation that comes in says, don't let that guy get going. So we will not give him much to hit.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rirecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
No April Fool's joke here. The countdown is on, and we are days away from Tax Day. Mark Stieber, Chief Tax Officer of Jackson Hewitt Tax Services, has more.
As millions of procrastinators race to get their taxes done on time, there are important steps they should take to file an accurate tax return. Rushing can lead to mistakes that can be costly or require an amended return. Gather and organize all of your documents and make sure to double check that your information is correct. Never guess or estimate. File electronically, and if you're owed a refund, choose direct deposit instead of a paper check.
As tax filers are heading into the final days before the deadline and find themselves unprepared, should they consider a tax extension?
Late filers should never miss the tax day deadline, or they risk penalties and interest from the IRS and their state. Taxpayers can work with a tax professional to file an extension to get 6 more months to file their 2024 tax return. But any taxes or a balance due owed must still be paid by April 15.
To learn more last-minute filing tips and to schedule an appointment with a tax pro, visit JacksonHewitt.com. That's JacksonHewitt.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit SUPlinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Washington State has the 3rd highest cost of living in the nation. If Olympia politicians raise taxes again, the cost of everything from groceries and gas to housing will go up even more. They've already doubled spending over 10 years, with little to show for it. Washington State needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Demand smarter state spending now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I'm all in for some rule changes, man. I feel like it can help the game, any game. We saw baseball go through it, and that's the game that's probably changed the least over all the 4 major sports. Have bigger bases. You got the pitch clock. Things have changed, and I thought it was good for the game. Right? I don't have to be there for 3.5 hours
Takes
now
forever
watching the
to
game.
get those changes passed, though.
It does.
Baseball was slow to change.
Does that surprise you at all, though?
No. And then everyone was like, "Wait, why didn't we do the pitch clock sooner?"
Yeah, exactly.
Except Dave Wyman, by the way. I think Wyman's the only holdout.
And that don't surprise him,
He
man.
likes a
Wyman
long
old
game.
school. He old school. You know what? I like a long game if I'm just chilling with the boys.
Yeah.
You know, so
There are reasons.
Yeah.
If you're in a certain area where you have unlimited access to certain food and drink, you want to maximize your time there.
Yeah, exactly.
But other than that, yes, the whole pace of play, it's nice. It's great to have a 2+ hour game that's cleanly played, efficiently, no unnecessary delays. A 3-hour game can be good at times, if you have a lot of scoring, but you want cohesive action. You don't want a lot of delays. You're eliminating the waiting, as John Morosi told us. You're eliminating the unnecessary actions. So I think football does better at its changes, but they certainly happen more frequently than they do in baseball.
I used to hate watching players step out the batter's box and
every
fix your
time.
glove. I'm like, come on, man, let's get it.
It was just strategy. It was just part of the game.
Yeah, it is. It is. All right, but we're talking football, though. Football, they're making some changes, man, and we talked about it to start the show. The Tush Push, it's been tabled, okay? They're saying, look, we're going to wait on this. We need more data to really make sure Philly isn't great at this anymore.
Yeah.
But there are other things that they were talking about at the league meetings. One is both teams will now be guaranteed a possession in overtime. I love this rule. I don't know why it took so long for this to happen. Too many times growing up did I see a team going to overtime, a field goal kicker kicks a 55-yard field goal, they win the game, and it's over. You want your quarterbacks, the guys you pay $50 million, opportunities to earn that money. I want to see Pat Mahomes go down, Josh Allen answer. I want to see Lamar go down, Brock Purdy answer, or whoever. I just want to see those quarterbacks go after it. I really like this rule, and this one was long overdue.
I wonder if it was more the NFL and their pride of saying, we don't want to be like college, because this is similar in a sense to college where you're guaranteed, you're alternating possessions. And yes, it's different in the fact that you still have to put together a drive. You're not starting at the 25-yard line. But I don't know. It's kind of unfair to the defense, right? Like, why does this other team just get a possession in overtime?
Every other sport, you get it. Baseball, both teams get opportunity. Soccer, PKs, both teams get opportunity. It feels right. So one side doesn't perform, and then the offense is like, but we can do it. Let us go out there and tie this game up. So I like it, but
I'm just trying to be a contrarian. I know.
But I do agree that the NFL has too much pride, and they don't want to resemble. For so long, they didn't want to resemble the college game. That's why they're saying, "Oh, that strategy would never work in the NFL." Oh, spread offense. What are you talking about? Now everybody's running a spread, and things change. But it's pride.
I can't help but think this doesn't pass, even though it does seem like it makes sense. If it wasn't for the reactionary, Josh Allen loses in the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes, he doesn't get to touch the ball. So they have that overtime change, and now it builds off of that. And in kind of getting back to the tush push a little bit, because the NFL is reactionary to big-time embarrassments or big public displays and spectacles, I do think that maybe that's why you've seen this momentum. And it's going to be more contentious than we think about the tush push perhaps getting banned because of the Commanders situation.
Right.
So in tying it back to the Bills, and really it's all sprung from this, maybe we do see it. But Bump, we're tabling that discussion until they table the vote again.
Yeah, exactly. Another rule, touchbacks on kickoffs are now the ball will be placed on the 35-yard line. It was the 30. Something else that's been tabled is allowing teams to do an onside kick outside of the fourth quarter, before the fourth quarter. I like this. Put the ball in play. I'm a returner, right?
Yeah.
I was a returner. Put the ball in play. That is a play that can change the game. That is like a home run with runners in scoring position. You know, you're down a couple scores, or a score, 3-2 points, whatever. You get it to one of the most athletic guys on the football field and let him get busy. And they've made it safer already, right? When it comes to the kickoff team and the kick return team, they're not having collisions 40, 50 yards down the field with speed. It's safer. I like this. More incentive to put the ball in play.
I'm irrationally annoyed by the second part of that, though. And that kind of slipped under the radar. The one aspect of the new kickoffs, I refuse to call them the dynamic kickoffs, but the one aspect of the new kickoff that I hate is that you can never do a surprise onside kick. And you never really saw it utilized except when it got deployed in the perfect situation, like in the Super Bowl. The Saints had that kickoff against the Colts. They get the ball. They have that momentum. They go on and win. This is just never going to be part of the game anymore. And I kind of hate that. And I realize you literally can't do a surprise onside kick when all your returners and your defensive guys are lined up on the other side of the field. But who is it harming to do an onside kick at any point throughout the game? Yeah, you still have to declare it. So then you change, everyone's lined up. You go walk ahead to, the 40-yard line or whatever. But where's the harm in this? What if a team's down 21 points in the first quarter, they score, and they want to do an onside kick? I hate that you can't do it outside of the fourth quarter. I don't know why there's resistance to that. There's just these weird things the NFL does, and that's one of them. Chalking it up to that.
Yeah.
One of those weird things that happens.
They look at numbers, too, and I think the success rate was like 7% or something like that. So they're saying, why even have it in the game? Because sometimes it's going to work out.
You need to come back
it is.
in some way.
You need an opportunity to do that. Or have an alternative like the UFL, like 4th and 20 or 15 or something like that.
Okay, what do you think about that? Because a lot of people are resistant to that. I like it too, and I think the people that don't want it don't really understand it or what it would look like. I think that's a great option. It would bring some excitement back. It would make that play more of the, okay, now a team has a legitimate chance to come back in the game if they're down 17 points in the fourth quarter. Now it's just like, all right, cool. You scored with 5 minutes left. Now you have no chance.
Only thing I would put on that is that you can only do it twice. Because you can't just keep doing it and keep doing it. Now, say you get 3 or 4 in a row. Not likely, but say you get 3 or 4 in a row, and the offense for the other teams has been sitting down for a long time. So I say you get 2 of them things. You get 2 opportunities, and we're good.
That works like the challenge system. You only get a couple of challenges. Only get a couple of 4th and 15 conversion attempts.
There you go. Last one on our list, a Lions proposal to eliminate an automatic first down for defensive holding or illegal contact failed. Good. What are you talking about, man?
Classic receiver over there. Jeez.
I've said this before. I mix you up. I put you in a blender, and you are cooked. Now you grab me. That was a potential touchdown. I'm wide open. I'm butt naked on a Sunday, and you grab me? Nah, man.
No, but what I hate is because we see how officials can sometimes dictate a game. If they call a soft penalty, when it's like 4th and 17 and team's going for it, and they call illegal contact, they call defensive holding, that's a 5-yard penalty, but it's a first down.
First down.
I don't like that.
You don't like it?
I don't like it. I'm with the Lions. I don't like it.
Lions. You know who else didn't like it? Everybody else. Didn't get enough votes for that thing to pass,
It just seems so unnecessarily punitive, but obviously no one else feels that way except for me and the Lions. So
I wonder what the number
Campbell
was on the vote. How was it close, or what were coaches like, nah, man?
What if it was like 30-2? They're like, no, this is dumb.
Man,
Lions. What are you doing?
You're tripping. Come on, Lions. Lions threw a couple out there, I believe, too. That one that got denied as well. All right, man. Finally, the DK conversation that I teased earlier, man. There was rumors going around. Not even a rumor. Like, we know this to be a fact now, that DK wasn't always happy in Seattle, and he may have requested a trade a couple of times. We'll break that down. Michael Bumpus, Mike Lefko, Bumpus Stacy.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
How does the Macdonald Schneider tandem look like the Carroll Schneider tandem in terms of figuring out who they want to have play here?
Every day at 7:45.
I think it's a little bit different, Salk, because certainly they both say the same thing. We want guys that love football, but the optics and the lens through which Pete Carroll looks at that and Mike Macdonald look at that are different because their wiring is very, very different.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
John here with Happy Hauler. Furniture and household items you plan to throw away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather stripping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
One 877X for kids. EGGSX for kids. 1-877-X for kids. Donate your eggs today.
1-877-X for kids. EGGSX for kids. 1-877-X for kids. Donate your eggs today.
Donate your eggs today at eggsforkids.org. That's eggs with an E. Your eggs, scrambled or not, can make a difference in the life of a child. We always handle fragile items with care.
1-877-X for kids. EGGSX for kids. 1-877-X for kids. Donate your eggs today.
Now also accepting donations of boats, homes, and eggs.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners dropped their first game to the Tigers 9-6 as Emerson Hancock gave up 6 runs in a quick outing. First pitch for tonight's game is at 6:40. The Kraken have dropped 5 of their last 6, losing 3-1 in Dallas. And the NFL has some changes coming, but they're going to allow both teams to possess the football in overtime. But the Tush Push talks table for now.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
DK is in Pittsburgh, and when we heard he wanted to be traded, he says, I want to go. At least the rumor said that he wanted to go to a contender and somewhere warm. Well, I don't think he's with a contender in Pittsburgh. That division is tough. And if a show ain't warm all the time, especially once you hit like November, December in Pittsburgh. But he was gone. He wanted to be out, and John Schneider said, look, we want guys who want to be here. My understanding of that DK situation was that was the only time he requested a trade. But we are getting information from our friend of the show, Brady Henderson. He was on Wyman and Bob yesterday and said, look, man, this ain't the first time DK asked for a trade.
From what I understand, that trade request that DK Metcalf made, before the start of free agency, that was not the first time that he's requested a trade. And from my understanding, that's happened several times over the past few off seasons.
And you know what this does?
Bump, I almost drove off the road when I heard that.
You almost drove.
I was like, wait.
I was shaking my head. I was shaking my head. But when I looked at DK, he never seemed to be completely at peace, right? You knew he was going to show up, he's going to work hard, he's going to make some plays, but something about his personality made me feel like he was never really at peace, and I don't even know what it was. I couldn't even tell you why or how or whatnot. That's just something I felt. So when I heard this, I was surprised, but then I wasn't at the same time, and I knew that people were going to come for DK because we know that receivers are perceived as divas, and sometimes we are, even though other positions are as well. We just stand out a bit more.
It's very big of you to admit.
Yeah,
to lump yourself in there.
It's real, man. It's real. It happens. I don't think I was like that, but I also didn't sign a contract for like $100 million, so it might be different. But yeah, man, it's what was your reaction when you heard the news from Brady?
Well, first of all, and because of something we just heard, I realized it was April Fool's, but I had to double check yesterday that it wasn't April 1st. And on a side note, I'm very glad that those pranks seem to have died out. Now watch, someone's going to try to get us. But that used to be a thing, and then everyone would forget what day it was. Remember the era of like people throwing these fake scoops out there on April 1st? Yeah. And then everyone else would go, gotcha, look what day it is. So I'm glad that's kind of disappeared because that's kind of a kid's holiday. But yeah, after realizing that this was real and hearing Brady say that, previously unreported, throughout, and I know Bob even did okay, and then they followed up on that to say, wait, you're clarifying here that DK didn't just ask for a trade out of nowhere this past offseason. I don't think it changes anything from his on-field performance and what he did, because he did show up and he worked hard every single game and the production was there. The problem is it's going to skew the perception of him. And now any favor that DK had curried in this fan base or everything like that, if you had an opinion of him that was negative, it's going to be reaffirmed. And if you were on DK's side, that makes it tough to defend DK a little bit. It certainly shapes and changes the perception of this offseason, where the Seahawks, I'm sure their plan was to keep him. But at some point, you get to, and I know Brady alluded to this as well, you get to a breaking point where you're like, all right, what else do we have to do to keep this guy on the roster if he just doesn't want to be here? We also have a contract negotiation that we have to go through. If we're going to pay him and he still is going to be a little unhappy, at what point is it not worth it? And I do wonder if the Mike Macdonald influence kind of was the final say in this, whereas Pete Carroll, he had this long relationship with DK Metcalf. Maybe he knew how to, kind of handle him a little bit better. And DK made it no secret on the Get Got podcast that he felt some type of way, as you like to say, after Pete Carroll was let go. So already feeling like an outsider, which felt weird to say because you're part of a team, and the new coach certainly wants you to be there. We heard Mike Macdonald talk how much he loved having DK as part of the offense. So DK already thinking about that, having his guys out of there, and it feels like Mike Macdonald, who acts decisively when he sees something wrong, is not afraid to make changes, whether it's at linebacker or offensive coordinator or now with his personnel. Maybe he goes to John Schneider and says, you know what? If this guy doesn't want to be here, what can we do to move on? Because I don't want to deal with a player who's not fully in 100%. Now, I don't know if it ever affected on-field performance. We're going to get texts that say, look, you could tell because of the unnecessary roughness penalties. I haven't even looked because I know it's going to be a cesspool in here. It's going to be like, see, told you, DK's a diva, good riddance, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, maybe he is a little bit diva-ish. It never affected his play, but at some point, if that becomes an issue in your mind of a coaching staff or in a front office of, okay, well, what happens if it does become an issue on the field? Then they just cut bait before it, gets out there.
You can critique DK's game, and a lot of people do. You can point out the flaws. Everyone has flaws in their games. Route running was not his forte, but he did enough to go for, 1,300 one time, and then if he didn't miss a couple games this year, he'd probably go for over 1,000 yards again. You can critique his hand selection, so how he caught the football wasn't the most consistent. I believe for his career he catches 61% of the footballs. You can critique him being a bit aggressive and getting a couple penalties. Last year that didn't happen though, so don't do that year, but maybe the years before. You can do all that, and you're supposed to do all that. That is your prerogative. That is your business. But what I won't critique when it comes to DK is his ability to prepare. Like, you don't show up and look like that and move like that if you ain't been putting in the work during the offseason. I can look at receivers and tell you that they are out of shape. Not once have I looked at DK and thought to myself, he's out of shape.
And that's even with eating 5 to 6 bags of candy a day.
Exactly. My man DK came in and was prepared. Was his game what everyone wanted it to be at all times? No. No. There are only a couple receivers that I can look at and say, man, there's no flaws in his game. One of them, 2 of them are retired in the Hall of Fame right now. It's rare. But when I did hear this, it made me look at John Schneider's response to that in the scrum that he had after the DK Geno type thing, and just the look on his face and the vibe he was giving. Like, we want guys who want to be here, And he's like, now I'm looking at it and thinking, he's like, man, I'm tired. It's the second or third time. We just want guys who want to be here. Let's move on. And Mike Macdonald, like you said, man, he don't play. He's like, look, if you don't want to be here, we'll cut you or we'll send you somewhere else. Let's get this thing going. It's a new regime. So, it's everything, nothing lasts forever. And I think sometimes in sports, people get caught up in thinking that guys are supposed to be here their whole career. It is so rare for one player to stick with one organization his whole career. People move on, people change, things change. Doesn't make me look at DK any differently. I think that he wanted to do what he thought was best for him, and he's okay. He's allowed to do that.
Yeah, I just wonder what exactly he was looking for. Because it wasn't money. I mean, the Seahawks paid him, and they were willing to pay him again, even when a lot of people thought, hey, that's kind of risky to give a third contract to a guy who was going to be 30 and then getting into his 30s at that point. So they gave him a new deal a couple years ago. They expressed they wanted him to be here. So I'm just curious. And we know that money is not the overriding motivation for every single person out there. Not every single person in the NFL has the same wiring or same motivation. So DK never let it affect his play, but certainly there was some stuff behind the scenes. And I'm fascinated to see how different the dynamic is. And, a lot of this we probably won't even know or might not even come to light, but what that locker room dynamic is and what the mood is in that locker room this season. And then I'm just going back and kind of like scanning the memory of, okay, well, were there any little cracks, any indication? Because this was well-kept secret. I mean, I think everyone had their mind blown when Brady dropped that news that this was not the first trade request, because for all intents and purposes, that DK trade request came out of nowhere when it dropped at the start of March. Like, whoa, DK wants a trade? Okay, it's got to be a contract ploy. That's what I thought. Until the very moment they traded him to the Steelers, I thought this was a contract ploy. All right, maybe there's some frustration with Geno Smith. Well, Geno Smith's gone. Okay, now you can get your quarterback that you maybe had some issues with out of here. You can have the leverage. You get that new contract. Everything's settled. The Myles Garrett approach, because he did not want to be with the Browns until, oh, wait, he's still with the Browns. So until the moment that news broke, and that's one of those, you have to double and triple check. Until DK was a Steeler, I thought he was going to be back here. And it definitely sounded like John Schneider was working towards that as well in our conversations and what you mentioned when he spoke to the media at the Combine. So it is very surprising that DK is not here. And I just kind of go back to, okay, maybe there was some rift between him and Geno. I always thought it was kind of strange that they didn't work out together in the offseason. Not that you have to. I mean, they're grown men. They do their own things. They have trainers. Maybe they live in different parts of the country. But the DK would not only not work out with Geno, but work out with Russ. So that felt like a lingering, I'm still loyal to these guys I came into the league with when I was here with the Seahawks, and I can't move past that. And now after hearing him on that podcast, it just feels like he never really got over the departures and the business side of things leaving, people coming in and out, and guys who he was very loyal to, understandably so, because Pete Carroll took a chance on him coming off of that pretty severe injury he had in college. So I just wonder if for DK, that got to him a little bit of saying, you know what, I really like being around this group of people, and that's not here anymore, and I want to be part of something new.
And he's in a position where he can do that.
That's
a lot of guys in the league are like, look, man, I just want to play. Put me anywhere. But DK has established himself. Here's one more cut on Brady. Brady talking about what finally led to the split between DK and the Seahawks.
I don't know enough to say with any level of certainty or authority. So I just know that, he's been unhappy, in past off seasons. And so I think they just reached a point where, they were sort of tired of dealing with it and, realized that they may be able to get something. And, if now was sort of the time to do it, knowing that, if you're going to keep him, you probably have to pay him a ton of money, which I think that they were prepared to do. But when he, made it clear that he wasn't happy, I think that sort of was a turning point for them in realizing that, okay, he's been unhappy, and it's the kind of unhappiness that, giving him a new contract, again, wouldn't necessarily solve.
And JSN emerged as a young man who could handle being the number one receiver. Maybe if JSN didn't have the season he had last year, they might fight to keep DK. Because at the end of the day, you want guys who want to be here, but you also want to make sure that you're setting up your new offensive coordinator. You're setting up your new quarterback, making sure everyone is good. You have to move and do what's best for the team, even if there are some ill feelings. I think that the rumors before this DK thing went down is that him and Geno didn't have the best of relationships. I can see that playing in. And when we first heard this, I mentioned you don't have to have the best relationship with a coworker. Just work together, especially in football. I don't have to see you after work. I don't have to see you during the offseason. You just throw me the dang ball. I'm going to get open, and we'll celebrate in the end zone. Then after that, we can go our separate ways. I played with many dudes that I just did not rock with. As soon as we left the locker room, I couldn't care less what you're doing or where you're going. So those relationships do work. We've seen it happen before, but obviously you want to have that chemistry and that feel. And it seems like slowly but surely, like you mentioned, you bring in 3 different coordinators. Your head coach is gone. Russell's gone. Lockett's out of there. DK also said on the podcast, he's looking across the room. There's like 3 or 4 guys left from when he originally got there. Big breaking news, DK, that happens in the NFL because most guys only play about 3.5 years anyway. So the room's going to look different every 2 to 3 years. So he's just, but good for him. He put himself in a position where he was valued and somebody wanted him. And both teams felt like they got something out of this.
I'm just very curious. And we'll never know this. We'll never know this for sure unless you're very close with DK and he tells you. But when that first trade request actually happened, because Brady said several, and I'm sure whoever is telling him that's not going to reveal the exact timeline of all those trade requests. But was this when Russell Wilson got traded, after Geno's first year as a starter, right before his contract extension, the first time? So several and multiple trade requests is a vague thing. It's headline worthy because it's more than one, but it's certainly vague in terms of a timeline, intentionally so. But I wonder how long that has been festering and lingering. And I think I'm going to make the pretty natural assumption this was multiple off seasons, 23 or even 2022 that they've been dealing with this. So again, the overarching point is that it didn't affect anything on the field, and I don't think we ever would have thought twice about DK and his trade requests had this not come to light. But now, maybe moving forward, this was a 10-win team last year in Mike Macdonald's first season, dealing with a receiver who, at least in his mind, did not fully want to be here, even though it didn't manifest on the field. I'm almost optimistic about what everything can look like if you have guys who are fully bought in. And we see this around every sport. Every coach, they come in, they have to do a little bit of roster clean out because there are guys who are just loyal to the old coaching staff. They want to get their own players in there. Now you've cleared out some guys who certainly, in Geno's case, if he was not going to negotiate at all with the Seahawks, didn't want to be here. And now in DK's case, sounds like he already had his foot out the door a little bit. I am fascinated to know what a group fully bought in looks like in year 2 with Mike Macdonald. If you can get to 10 wins in year 1 with everything spinning, all that around you, and you have a shortened timeline to start the season, strangely, I'm optimistic now about, like, okay, 10 might be the floor of what we could see from the Seahawks team.
Yeah, lots of things got to go right. Can Sam repeat what he did with the Vikings? Don't even repeat that. Just be something like that.
Yeah, there are personnel questions
you'll
still.
be okay. I kind of want to push back to what someone said on the text line. They said, I think it did affect DK's performance. I'm like, man, well, he had 992 yards this year. He missed 2 games. He's well over 1,000 yards if he doesn't miss those 2 games because of an MCL, I believe. The year before that, he had 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns. The year before that, he had 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns. The year before that, he almost reaches 1,000 again, 12 touchdowns. The year before that, 1,300 yards, 10 touchdowns. That is a productive receiver right there. So I would completely disagree that it affected his performance on the field.
Yeah, he never missed games.
No.
He did not miss games until that injury this year, and that was the one thing you could talk about in his favor, even with all those penalties, even when he got himself ejected from a game or when he was getting those unnecessary roughness penalties that fans would cling to if they had an anti-DK agenda. You could not disparage his work ethic on the field because he would show up, he would produce. But now it does. This news just does kind of paint a little bit more of a negative light. It kind of casts DK in a bit more of a negative light. And it's unfortunate because I did love defending his play on the field.
Yeah.
But now it's tough to say, he actually kind of wanted out of here for a while.
Yeah, I can defend his play all day. Behavior, personality, that's you. Do you, dog. But as long as you're showing up ready, I'm good with you. And for the most part, DK was good to go. So good luck in Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers, hurry up and get that done and stop playing with folks. 4 down.
This is 4 down territory. Going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
All right, Bump, first down. What's something that's been approved by the NFL that makes too much sense?
The negotiation period. You can now talk to, see the player that you're actually wanting to acquire. And it makes so much sense, too much sense, because why wouldn't you? You know,
why was that a thing?
If you're into, no idea. If you can only talk to the agent, why? Like if you are trying to buy a home, some people buy it sight unseen. Maybe they got the cash to fix whatever is wrong with that house. Most people are going to do a walkthrough and try to get this done. If you are purchasing a vehicle, especially if you're off on OfferUp or something like that, you ain't just taking the vehicle. You got to go see that thing. You got to drive it. You want to spend time with it. You have a mechanic look at it. There's a process that you do when you are acquiring big purchases. That's what NFL players are. They are big purchases, even if it is just an undrafted guy who you're only going to pay about $700,000. So what? You want to make sure that mentally he's in a place that you need him to be. So this made too much sense. I don't know why that rule was in place. And thank you for, who was it? The Steelers?
Yeah.
The Steelers for making this happen, man. That was dumb.
It seems counterintuitive to the whole process. And when we were talking about the NFL rule proposals that passed and then didn't pass, the onside kick thing, it's just like sometimes they don't like to do things for ego's sake, or maybe like with the overtime proposal, not wanting to model the college game, but I have no idea why that was a thing. It feels like guys who represented themselves have an advantage then.
Yeah.
Because they could talk to teams, and otherwise you couldn't. So, all right, second down.
I like that.
Bump, what's one position battle you'll be watching closely?
You ain't ready for this one. Y'all ain't ready for this one. And it has nothing to do with the Seahawks. But it is something that affected my text thread greatly because I grew up in Southern California. When I grew up, the Oakland Raiders left when I was like 7 years of age, right? So all they did was show 49ers game. Steve Young, Jerry Rice, J.J. Stokes, T.O., Frank Gore, all those guys. So most of my buddies are Niner fans. When Jake Moody was going through his struggles, the kicker for the 49ers, the thread was popping. It was hot. So now I'm reading that Shanahan says, yeah, we're bringing in competition. So you know I'm talking to my boys like, hey, y'all gonna watch that kicking competition? Because they believe that they would have won a few more games if Jake Moody would have just done what he's supposed to do. He made 60% of his kicks. That is 35th worst in the league. There's only 39 guys who have been has the data, right? The best kicker in the game last year, Nick Folk, made 95% of his kicks. You go to us, Jason Myers, he made 86% of his kicks. So I know it's not the Seahawks. It's not a quarterback battle. It's a kicker. But if y'all knew what that man did to my text group, my text thread, you will be interested too. So ironically, Dave Wyman, I know you love this. I'm going to be watching a kicking battle for the Niners. See what happens.
I cannot believe that sentence was just uttered.
Yeah.
And the fact that your text thread was getting all worked up about a kicker.
Going crazy.
A kicker. A literal discussion happening about a kicker. I think we're just in a dead point of the offseason. They need some more to cling to here, but wow. Really never expected those words or that topic to be brought out by you. Yeah. And I hope that Dave Wyman doesn't hear this, because he would storm in here, turn off your mic, and refuse to allow you to continue that segment, because in Wyman's mind, kicker is not even a position. But it sounds like it's the most intense battle you're going to be watching.
Yeah, right now so far.
Wow. All right, third down. Bump, what's a Seahawks signing that brings out the homer in you?
Homer, baby! Y'all don't even know this dude neither. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. You guys are from here. River Craycraft, baby, Go Cougs, has been signed by the Seahawks for his career. He's been in the game 7 years, right? I don't care what position you play. If you are playing 7 years in the league, you're doing something that brings value to a football team. He has 32 receptions, 374 yards, and 3 touchdowns in his career. And he is a Washington State Cougar. I saw that they signed him, and I got hyped. Text my man, let's go get it. And he's probably going to be a special teamer and maybe the 4th or 5th, maybe even 6th guy when it comes to the receiver spot. So what? All right, a Coug is on the squad, and that got me excited, especially because I know him personally, man. And I'm probably going to see him in a couple of weeks when I go to Pullman for this charity golf tournament. So, no, that's for just for y'all to listen. Let me have this. River Craycraft, all right? You don't know what he's going to do? Me neither. But 7 years in the game, and he's on the roster right now. He still has to make the team, going through training camp and whatnot. But if I know anything about this guy, he'll be fine. He has stops at Denver, San Francisco, Miami for 3 years. River Craycraft, welcome home.
Do you ever confuse your text threads? Like, you think you're texting your Coug group and you're texting your Niner group, and they're like, why do we care about River Craycraft? Or you're texting Kicker News, your Coug group, and then they're all worked up about it?
No, you label them. You label them.
No, I know, but you can get excited and text in the moment.
I made that mistake too many times.
See?
So not recently.
Okay, good.
But yeah.
That's an older man thing to do as well, because I've done that as well. We've determined we're the older side of things with Ian here as well. So we can't worry about technology and the newfangled group chats and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I was just worried about your sake, because there's nothing worse than texting something to the wrong person.
Yeah.
Or like if you're
especially if it's bad.
If you're texting, have you ever done this? If you're texting about that person and you text it to them by accident.
I'm sure I've done it because I felt it in my heart right now, but I can't tell you exactly what it was and what I said.
You take a screenshot of the conversation, you're trying to send it to your friends, and you send it right back to that person.
You got some explaining to do.
You got to go walk into Lake Union after that. All right, 4th down. Bump, what penalty called that you feel is monitored too closely?
Illegal formation, man. Like, we got to chill with that. Illegal formation, especially when you're talking about receivers lining up on the line of scrimmage or not. You got to have 7 guys on the line of scrimmage, 5 offensive linemen, and then you throw 2 guys out there as well. You got to have 5 on. And they call it on the receiver a lot. My man could be off like half a yard, 6 inches to a foot, and they're still going to call that penalty. It does nothing to affect the game. Absolutely nothing. Yet, you look at these tackles look like they're 2.5, 3 yards off the line, and they're good to go. They need to stop with this noise. You know the intention of the receiver. Receivers, you can control it by looking at the referee and letting him know you're on or you're off, but referees like, come on, man, this is too much. And those tackles get so much leeway when it comes to that, and I'm fine with it. It doesn't affect the game that much. You should have a yard or half a yard to play with when it comes to being on or off the line of scrimmage. That one drives me nuts. Just get rid of it. Don't get rid of it, but just relax when it comes to calling.
Yeah, who's that Chiefs tackle? Jawan Taylor.
Yeah.
That dude is like 7 feet back.
And he jumps.
Right. He jumps, and he's already like 7 feet back, and they don't call it. They call it maybe, a third of the time? So you're right. There are too many little rules there that get called. But all right, that's a good one. So interesting stuff there.
All right, that was 4 down territory. When we come back, we're going to go through the timeline. What is blowing up your feed? The A's, classy organization. We're going to talk about those guys and how they got their media struggling right now. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
What a night.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
How about that for an opener where it felt like, here we go, Logan is dealing. He made one mistake, but he was just dominant. He was just outstanding.
There was a shot of Logan Gilbert after he delivered one of his pitches where he just he was just screaming. And you saw how intense everybody was. It was really good to see.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus here to talk to you about Silver Reef Casino. Man, I was supposed to go last week, but I had kids, right? You got soccer games, basketball games, so I'm switching my trip to this weekend. Just going to go up to 5. It's not very far, so don't tell me it's too far. You know you can get there. And when I check in, I cannot wait to see the Deluxe King room they got me in with beautiful views. It's going to be awesome. And then they put some money in my pocket, too, man. I'm going to go down to the restaurant to get one of the best steakhouses north of Seattle, and then I might eat a little Mexican food at the new Cantina, and then I got to watch some ball. I got to watch some sports. Portage Bay Sports Bar will be a spot for me. I'm going to check that out. And if the weather is good, you know I got to go golfing. They have a great range in one of the most historic clubhouses in the Pacific Northwest. I don't care if it's raining. I'm still going to go out there and get some hacks. If you are feeling some FOMO, don't worry about it. Visit silverreefcasino.com. Then you can book your stay today. They got something for everybody. So hop on that 5, go north. You might see me there. Let's kick it. Silver Reef Casino.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily. Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541.
206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
This is The Timeline. I'm Michael Bumpus with Left Co filling in for Stacy Ross. Before we get to The Timeline, man, there are some good stories coming in on the text line about when they've texted the wrong person. Just imagine parents texting each other in the wrong thread. Use your imagination. I'll leave it at that. God, let's get to.
We need some too for what I need to know.
Yeah, we do.
Coming up at 12:45 today.
Oh yeah,
the Dugout.
The Dugouts from 1 to 2 today. The first one of the year. Dugout 1 to 2. Got Shannon Drayer on. We're gonna have a coach on as well. It's gonna be good, man. So you guys stick around. 1 to 2. We have Aaron Goldsmith as well. Dugout 1 to 2, and thank you for sending in your text when it comes to when you've texted the wrong person. We've all been there before. All right, first up on the timeline, the A's made their debut in Sacramento yesterday. And there was all sorts of issues. First, the setup they have for the press conferences. Let me describe this. It looks like a tent. It's a strong-looking tent. All right, it has glass doors on it. You might park like a tractor in there or something. It looks like it's about 15 feet wide, 20 foot high at the highest point, and maybe 30 feet long. And these reporters were crammed in there, man. Not a good look for the A's. Let's listen to some sound.
Nate Littlefield here in the A's production studios. Just update on the game. The Cubs scored again, so it's now 8-3 in favor of the Cubs. Athletics have scored 3. Cubs are still batting with 2 on base, 1 out, 2 strikes. We'll keep you updated as much as we can. Thank you.
Now, the reason why you're getting an update is because they had some technical difficulties there, Levco.
Just complete disaster all around. Obviously, this was the A's opener at Sacramento because they were here over the weekend. So they go to this AAA facility that is going to be their home, not just temporarily, but for at least 3 seasons. This is not the Rays playing in the Yankees stadium, minor league stadium, because they had this, act of God tears the roof off of their building, the hurricane that destroyed their building. The Rays, we think, are going to have a solution. This is the A's saying, we're leaving Oakland, we're going here because who knows when our Vegas stadium's going to be ready. So this is not temporary. This is, okay, deal with this for 3 years. Yeah, you described it well, Bump. I think you gave it a little glow up for what the media is dealing with. They're in a shed. They built a hastily constructed shed.
The doors are nice. Glass
doors. The doors are nice.
Glass
You're
doors.
right. The doors are nice. The rest are something that you kind of throw up in the backyard where you're keeping all your tools, and you know it's going to get dirty, so you don't want to put any nice material out there. It looks like that kind of construction equipment built this. So it's a very temporary structure. And then you have cameramen, you have reporters. They look so crammed in there.
It's tight in there.
That if someone on the far left, and there's only doors like in one way, it kind of looks like those PGA tents they set up.
Yeah.
But those are
for
much
the post
nicer.
match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are, okay, we're going to have 7 people crammed into a space that's maybe 10 yards wide. So if you're on the left, you're stuck in there until every single person leaves. So you're dealing with that. And then the power kept going out. Cubs hit a couple of home runs. The scoreboard wasn't working. What you heard was the network studio producer who is back in the studio running the board for the A's broadcast, for their radio broadcast. So a guy like, Brady Robick. Brady Bones. He's been on your show. Yeah. He runs the Mariners broadcast now. This would be like if Brady Robick, our guy Brady Bones, had to keep coming on and talking about what was happening during the game because you can't hear the radio broadcast. Because they kept dropping out continually, too. They would drop out in like the 4th inning, then the 5th inning. And then a couple people were putting out there that at one point, the A's radio broadcast, they just took the TV feed and they played that as like a simulcast because they could not get the radio broadcast on the air. So game 1 in Sacramento going terribly. And the Mariners have to go there, and every team has to go there at some point over the next few seasons. So this is just going to be chaos. This is a terrible situation. It's kind of an embarrassment for baseball, but yeah, just picture old Brady Bones in there multiple times per broadcast. We're going to get you back out to the Mariners game, but right now there's 2 on, Okay, Cal Raleigh's up. First pitch. Looks like a ball. Okay. All right, there's a run. Yeah, that was just awkward for this guy because I'm sure when he's trying to do all the things behind the scenes, he's not expecting to come on the mic and talk and kill time. And there's nothing more awkward than someone who's not ready to be on air going on air. So that's what you heard there.
Here's the good
poor
news.
guy there.
Here's the good news. You can only go up from here.
Yeah.
You can only go up.
Well, maybe. Or maybe they might not even get on the air. And maybe that tent blows over. What happens if that shed blows away in the wind?
Man, you're going disaster right now. That thing.
I mean, it's easy to make fun of.
It's Oakland. There ain't going to be no tornadoes out in Oakland. But yeah, it's bad.
You can have strong winds, or you're going to have terrible heat. You know what the problem is in Sacramento? It gets hot. It gets really hot in Sacramento. What if that thing just burns up in the summer?
Goodness gracious.
And you're just cooking in there.
Let's move on. Ian, what's this guy doing right now?
Well, no, think about that. In an enclosed setting, not literally burns up. You are just suffocating, sweating in there. That's what I feel bad.
Leave it,
It's going to happen.
Leave it.
Those cameras are going to melt.
Goodness.
Yeah, those cameras going to melt.
He's over there. Y'all better get your disaster packs
Well, I think I
go.
have more of an appreciation / fascination with broadcast setups. And so this is just you think about what could go wrong from a radio broadcast standpoint. And I'm dreading when the Mariners go there because they need to keep that broadcast on the air or else poor Brady's going to have to be giving updates constantly.
All right. Red Sox,
Ellie De La
Cruz. He's a torpedo bat for the first time yesterday, and he hit 2 home runs and a career high 7 RBIs. Listen, we talked about the torpedo bat to start, and the science behind it makes complete sense. But the guys who are going to work are dudes. These are guys who are ballers. And now we're hearing the Red Sox ordered some. The Mariners have ordered some.
Everyone.
Look, copycat league, I ain't mad. I'll try it. Throw me a torpedo bat. I couldn't hit a curveball to save my life, man. Maybe I'll make some contact and push one out there. So I'm not surprised that it's catching on. And then Ellie just going nuts.
I am surprised that it happened so quickly, but maybe I shouldn't be because like you were saying, everyone's a copycat league. Every team will try to find the newest little advantage and then latch onto that, especially if you see the direct results. I'm stunned that it happened so quickly for Ellie De La Cruz. It sounds like, according to the story from the Reds writers, he picked it up in batting practice yesterday. They never used one before. Mm-hmm. They got a shipment in because everyone's capitalizing on that. And Adam Jude reported the Mariners ordered some as well. So after this weekend, every single team in baseball and probably your kids' Little League bump start ordering the torpedo bats as well. But Ellie De La Cruz just messing around in batting practice. Oh, okay, I like this. Let me try it in the game. Imagine trying out a new piece of equipment for the first time in a competition setting.
Well, yeah, BP.
Would you ever do that? Yeah, but still.
I mean, but you got to think of football.
On one day.
I've done that with clubs. And it feels weird.
Yeah.
My homie let me borrow some clubs. I was thinking about buying from him, and I used them one round. Didn't practice with him. Used them one round, and I returned them and said, "Nah, I'm just gonna roll with my clubs. The familiar feel." And I would assume that with it in your hands, it feels the same, but just the visual of it is just weird. It's weird.
Well, and we talked about the weight disparity and how different that might feel, but the fact that he goes out and has that success, it just adds another reference point. Here are the Yankees hitting 9 home runs. Here's Ellie De La Cruz driving in 7, hitting 2 home runs in a game. And this is going to be the newest fad. I mean, we're going to see these all over baseball now. So the torpedo, it's here to stay. It's taking over.
At least for this year. Because I don't think they would they have the authority or they would rush banning something like that mid-season.
Well, we know how slow baseball is.
Especially when, look, you're trying to attract young people to the game. And when you got dudes hitting bombs the way that we've seen, the game is exciting, and you have names, Ellie De La Cruz, using these type of products. I mean, you got a chance to capitalize here. So if I were MLB, I'd sit back. I'd even make a commercial, the new torpedo bat. If I'm the marketing team for any organization that is using this bat, I'm hyping it up. I'm making small little torpedo bats. Well, they don't give out bats anymore. When I was growing up, they used to give out those little bats at games. Now people are crazy and
hit people with them.
Bad things will happen with little bats. So they're not going to give away any bats. But maybe, you got to jump on this.
Maybe a plastic torpedo bat.
Plastic torpedo, yeah.
Or a blow up, an inflatable torpedo bat. So there we go. There's our promotion.
Yeah,
but
there it is.
Yeah, this is the new trend. So it's not going anywhere.
Mariners, you're welcome. We want our 5% when this goes down. All right. Man, let's get to the IRG injury report brought to you by IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. It's good news for the Mariners. Good news. Everyone's healthy. Heading to the second game tonight. First pitch is at 6:40 against the Tigers. Don't have to worry about not seeing Julio or anybody else out there. They're good to go, but it's all about bouncing back for this one. So you go out there if you're going to the game, go out there and support and show your guys some love. All right, when we come back, Seahawks preseason plans. We got some info from Condota. We're going to respond to Mike Macdonald. All that is coming up next on the Bump and Stacy Show. I'm Michael Bumpus. He is Mike Lefkoe.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Music that moves your soul. Live at Muckleshoot Event Center, Thursday, April 24th. Get tickets before they sell out at MuckleshootCasino.com.
Four down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer, but to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. In a consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance, all that's gone. After that's done, we pay half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Preseason football is interesting to me. I love it. Right? Without preseason, I wouldn't have had my cup of coffee in the NFL. And there were guys fighting for their lives. There are some dudes are going to make the squad, and they're showing up, they're getting into shape, they're learning the new playbook if you do have a new playbook. But for the most part, they're secure. There's about, I would say, 15 to 20 guys on the team who are like, yeah, we're good. The rest of us 60 are out there fighting for our lives. And the NFL has shortened the preseason, obviously, and game to game when it comes to regular season. So you have 3 preseason games, and there's a trend going on in the NFL. Head coaches like Mike Macdonald say they want to have more joint practices. So this is from Bob Condotta on his X. One somewhat newsy thing Mike Macdonald said today is he hopes the Seahawks can again do joint practices in training camp. Seattle will have 2 home preseason games and 1 road game. And he said he'd like to do joint practices with both and home games. I like this. What do you say, Lefko?
I think we're going to see close to an elimination of the preseason, which I'm curious to get your thoughts on, because you expressed how important it is for those back end of the roster guys, the guys fighting for those spots. But in terms of starters, this is the way now. This is the path of what teams are doing. We rarely see any kind of starter action in preseason games. Coaches don't like it showing up on film, right? They don't like the risk of injury in this controlled, structured environment. Away from a lot of the cameras, you can go ones-on-ones. You can script and dictate with the other coach, all right, we want to work on this specifically. So I do like it. And I think my personal perspective, slightly discounting the guys fighting for roster spots, and I know that's not going to be good, but from a standpoint of getting your team ready, I'd want to see this more than preseason games. Maybe even now just 1 or 2 preseason games, because we know when the league schedule expands again, and it's going to go to 18 games, they might go down to 2 preseason games. So it might be tough for roster evaluations. But from the starter perspective of getting your best starters out there on defense and offense, it seems like this is the way now. This is what teams like to do. One curious thought I had kind of passed through my mind when Bob Condotta put that out there. I wonder if that helped the Seahawks evaluate Ernest Jones, because they had those joint practices with the Titans last year. And then all of a sudden they sign Ernest Jones. They trade for him. Okay, what did they know about Ernest Jones? Why did they like him? Out of all these linebackers out there, how did they evaluate him to come in and so quickly change this defense? And I do wonder if that work they did in August with the Titans kind of put an idea in Mike Macdonald's mind of, hey, this is a guy we might want to keep an eye on in the future. Not necessarily knowing that the future would come so soon, but I think from that perspective, it's great. I don't know what it means for what we'll see in preseason, though.
I like it. I think you're in a controlled environment. It's football, so things are always going to happen. Guys can still get hurt and whatever. But I think because of what you mentioned, that football is all about situations. You have individual time. You have 7-on-7, you have one-on-ones, you have a red zone period, you have backed up, you have 3rd and long, you have 3rd and short, you have 2 minute, you have 4 minute. Then you could practice all of these things with your guys and get a lot more out of it while being in a controlled environment. The only knock I have on this is that there are going to be way more fights because you are going up against another team. When you're, we're all Seahawks. Granted, we're still fighting for this to make the roster. There are still some fights that happens all the time. Every training camp. It ain't a training camp until a fight starts, and then it's like, okay,
we saw one last year.
We're in the thick of this. Are you going to see
with
that every
DK?
Year?
That diva. I'm going to call him them now. No, I'm just kidding.
Every year it's going to happen, but now you get on the road and you're going up against Tennessee, and that guy has no love for you, doesn't care about your well-being, and he's maybe on a bubble. He's a second guy or a number 2 guy. And it gets a little feisty out there. This is the third day, second or third day. Y'all been talking. You know what? This whole time, it's bound to happen. I think you see more of that during these joint practices. That's really the only downside I see. And that the guys who are fighting to make the team won't get as many reps in those situations, which is fine. They just have to be able to shine when it comes to the preseason games. So you have less risk of injury of putting your starters out there. But no, I like it. I think there's more to get out of joint practices, honestly, than a preseason game. If you are a 1 or a 2, the 3s and 4s, 5s, guys fight to make it. Yeah, go ahead and lace them up on a preseason game. I would love that. I would love if this situation or this scenario was going on when I was playing, because I would know I'm going to get the bulk of the snaps. And because when I was playing, there was 4 preseason games, and the vets didn't really play until the 3rd game, but they would still get some snaps. If I know they're hardly going to play and I'm going to get 50 to 60 snaps, I have more time to prove myself, see if I make the squad.
Do you think this comes at the expense, though, of some preseason games? If teams are starting to travel more all across the country, are they going to say, well, maybe we want less of this? We want our joint practices, but maybe just 2 preseason games? Because you're gonna have the joint practices with teams you're playing in the preseason. Right. So maybe you don't do 3 anymore, and then does it become an issue for those roster evaluation spots when you're trying to narrow down those final battles? You don't have enough time to evaluate guys.
Well, it ain't up to the teams. The league gonna tell you where you're gonna play.
I know. It's gonna be tough. I mean, you can vote on it, right? I mean,
no, the schedule has to change. If you go 18 games, then you're gonna have 2. But as long as there's 17, you're gonna play 3. And also because the owners need that. They make money in those preseason games too. And there's obligations. So it could change if the number of games in the regular season change. But as of now, you got 3, and you want to do joint practices and the preseason game. That's your prerogative. You do what you got to do.
The NFL, they do schedule things well. I like this. It's part of the reason why I hate 17 games, because 16 just balanced out so nicely. Yeah. You had 32 teams, 4 teams in your division. Mm-hmm. You'd play those a set amount of times. The matrix was so perfect with 16 and 32, and now 17 games, just awkward. 8 home games, 8 road games, but they do plan it well where you're always going to play teams in the preseason you don't play in the regular season. So that does lend itself to there's a benefit to joint practices. You're not seeing these teams during the season. So that example from last year, Titans, Seahawks, there was no downside to sharing information or, discussing, picking each other's brains, coaching staff to coaching staff. I think that could be a great thing going forward. I do wonder, if you do these for a couple of years, you're going to see teams that you have just seen or you're going to see again in the near future. I wonder if coaches will be as open to sharing information or wanting to practice if you just played a team the year before, or if it's an NFC team, if you think you're going to play them in the playoffs. I could see that being a little bit of a sticking point. So maybe we just see AFC, NFC when it comes to these joint practices.
That's always funny to me when coaches want to just hide everything they do. There's film out there. You can see everything. All my coaches are paranoid like that, and I understand it. You don't want to be an open book and here's everything. But it's also Coach, I can get your film whenever I want to. I can watch the Titans right now on my iPad if I want to, and I'm not even a coach in the game. So the paranoia is real in some ways, but in the end, we all get it. But it's more about the interactions and stuff. You get to understand defense's calls and what they're shifting to. And then the same thing with offense, maybe learn the cadence of the quarterback a bit more. There are some benefits from it for sure, but the way that these coaches be tripping sometimes, I'm like, bro, our texters right now can go watch the All-22 and figure some stuff out if they know what they're looking at.
Well, don't give them that power. Then they're going to think they're experts, Bump. Sorry, that's the other show. We make fun of texters in the afternoon.
Everyone's an expert.
I didn't want to bring that. I don't want to bring
Everyone's
that to this
an expert. It's
I know
okay.
We need their submissions for what I need to know.
Yeah.
What, 12:45? So
12:45.
I won't insult the text line.
Just a reminder, we have the Dugout today from 1 to 2. And during the Dugout, we're going to hear from Shannon Drayer, Eric Young Jr. He's the Mariners' first base coach. Got Aaron Goldsmith. You know who he is, man. And it's going to be good. Oh, we got a new segment, too, man. Alex Mayer, Mariners Senior Manager of Baseball Communications, Stats Guru. We're going to get real baseball nerdy from 1 to 2. So, all you Mariners fans, you guys stay tuned and let's get it done. When we come back, speaking of the Mariners, offense. Is there a problem? Lefko's going to break that down next.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans?
With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike Macdonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Roland Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners dropped their first game to the Tigers, 9-6. Emerson Hancock gave up 6 runs in a quick outing. First pitch tonight is at 6:40. Logan is on the mound. The Kraken have dropped 5 of their last 6, losing 3-1 to Dallas. And the NFL has some more rule changes going down. In overtime, both teams will be allowed to possess the football, but the Tush Push talks have been tabled.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Mariners. Man, we got another hour of Mariners coming up at 1 to 2, the Dugout, but we're not done. Man. It's been an interesting season so far. We saw a good performance by Logan. We saw Castillo get into some trouble. We saw Emerson get in trouble last night. They are, 2-3 on the season right now. And we're starting to see some things that give us PTSD. I start twitching a little bit when I start looking at the box score and seeing some things, man. The bats, they show some life. We saw some bombs, right? Julio went yard the other day. We got Cal, who's got 1. Randy has 2. Polanco has 1. And that's good to see. We want to see that. We need to see that to keep people engaged. But there is a part of this offense that has struggled. 1 for 9 with runners in score position. 8 left on base. 9 strikeouts. But they did draw 6 walks. I believe that was last night.
Yeah.
Mike Lefkoe, are you concerned?
Hey, what's up?
Are you concerned? Are you going to use that phrase? I'm not going to say it, but there's still time. I'm not going to say it's blank, but there's still time. What are you seeing from this offense? And talk us through it.
I don't like that there are the same concerns, as you were pointing out. The same concerns that have been there for the past few seasons have kind of materialized again early on. I am encouraged by what we're seeing out of Julio and Cal, again with the caveat that we can't really say it's early if you're stressing the 162 individual battles, but we only have a 5-game sample size. So out of a 5-game sample size, as you make some wild extrapolations of what could happen, both good and bad, I'll start with the positive, even though when we talked about, hey, maybe do your negative news first, and then the positive feels a little bit better. But just off the surface, now you've seen a couple games in a row from Cal and from Julio, consistent production at the plate. Raleigh got his first home run of the season last night. Julio has chimed in with a couple of hits, a multi-hit game, triple last night in that 2-for-5 game, and he drove in a run as well. So that's all good to see. But then those glaring issues come to light because it's an offense that needs a lot to go right. Behind those big hitters in Julio and Cal and what you hope is a Rosarena, you need guys to produce. You need consistency that hasn't always been there. So when you see those numbers that you rattled off, and then the strikeout issues still persisting. So the strikeouts are up to 50 now on the season. And we know last year the Mariners led baseball in strikeouts. So here they are once again through this first weekend and change, and they're right up there, right behind the Red Sox. So the Cubs technically have the most, but the Cubs have played 7 games. The Red Sox have 55, and the Mariners have 50 through 5 games of the season. And maybe that's okay if you have a lot of power hitters, the guys that strike out a lot but also produce. But when the production isn't there, specifically from the bottom of the lineup, where last night they go 0 for 9, and you definitely need that production throughout, compounded on the fact that the strikeouts are building up there. You know, you can't help but contrast that to the Tigers, who you look on the other side, and in that first game of the series, they strike out just 5 times. They put up 18 hits, and if you want that direct comparison, here's what was really jarring, Bump. You look at 7, 8, and 9 in both the Mariners lineup and a Tigers lineup. The Mariners, they go 0 for 9. The Tigers, 9 for 15. The bottom 3 of the order goes 9 for 15, and then you got to go to the top where that was the danger, because they jumped on Emerson Hancock early. So when you have a relentless lineup like that, it puts so much pressure on a pitcher. And we haven't seen that yet from the Mariners. And yeah, Jeff Passan had brought that up again this morning with Brock and Salk. But yeah, until they really find a way to cut down on those strikeouts, it's going to be a team that has limited offensive potential, and you kind of worry about what the ceiling is offensively with these strikeout numbers.
Well, let's hear from Jeff Passan. He was on with Brock and Salk this morning. The one stat that stands out to him early on.
The one number to the Mariners stood out. The one number for the Mariners that stood out to me is 50, and that's 50 strikeouts and 149 at-bats. If this team is going to win, it just cannot strike out as much as it does. Like, that's a really simple thing. But I fear that because of the construction of this team, that's going to be hard. Like, guys tend not to cut their strikeout rates demonstrably year over year. That tends to be something that stays pretty static. And when you look at the best teams in baseball, they, at least right now in the early going, they tend not to strike out very much.
And Passan's been interesting to listen to talk about the Mariners the last couple seasons. One season, he tells us you guys are spoiled. You don't know what you have. This is a good ball club. Next season, or maybe even it's the same season.
He walked that back, I think, pretty quickly.
You know what? Yeah. Hey, I apologize. My bad. But he's not saying anything that you haven't said, that we don't see on the text lines, and that we don't feel, is that you cannot strike out as much as you strike out and expect to be in the mix late. I think I saw the Dodgers up there too when it comes to strikeouts, but they have so much power in that lineup that, you know, they're going to be fine. You ain't built like that. You're built a bit differently when it comes to strikeouts and power and that whole lineup and all that good stuff. But thankfully, Logan is on the mound tonight, so we'll see how he performs and maybe take some pressure off of these young guys. But yeah, too many strikeouts.
Yeah, and when it's in a hole like that early on, because when it's 6-0, you need a lot to start going right. You need those big innings. You need that consistent surge. So yes, there are games when strikeouts come at more disadvantageous times and where a certain strikeout is more costly than another, but painting that broad picture of 50 strikeouts through 5 games, Bump, even I can do that math. We try not to do radio math because, you know, you have brain waves going one way. Tough to divert it back to doing 2 things at once, but that's 10 per game. That's an easy number to figure that out. So double-digit strikeout average, you know, that's not great, especially for a team that doesn't have a lot of pop up and down the lineup. You mentioned the Dodgers. Yeah, you can get away with that. They also played one more game. So, yeah, they have 50 strikeouts through 6 games, but they have guys that you know will produce power-wise. For the Mariners, you're still trying to figure out who that is outside of Cal, outside of Julio. And so a Cal Raleigh who will deliver some big home runs, you can live with those strikeouts. If it's someone else like a Mitch Garver or who else? Rowdy Tellez, who is struggling to get going, where you expect power from them. Those are kind of more costly in that situation. And we think we're seeing Randy Arozarena starting to emerge as a key bat behind Cal Raleigh. If he does, that's huge. MLB Network's Greg Amsinger comes on Wyman and Bob a good amount. The last time he was on, he really hyped up Arozarena. He said he was fully confident that Randy Arozarena would have a good bounce-back season. He'd have a solid year because of everything he had to deal with last year. So I'm going to trust Amsinger. I'm going to trust what we've seen so far from Arozarena, that a couple of home runs look good, but you need more. And I think that's what the Tigers showed last night, that you almost need every single person in your lineup, at least 5 to 6 guys who can really pressure an opposing pitcher, because that's what Detroit did. They had 4 runs driven in with 2 outs. They had 7 on the game in the first inning. Then they had 7 RBI with 2 outs coming that game. And you look at the difference. That big inning early on for the Tigers, contrast that to the Mariners. They didn't really put together a big inning, and you have that final score of 9-6 there.
Passan talks about the personnel, right? You got a new hitting coach, but how can you expect significant gains if you have some of the same guys on the roster?
When they say we're going to rely on our hitting coach, you know what that is? that's them not saying we wouldn't need to rely so much on our hitting coach if our owner had gone out and given us the money that he should have to go and get hitters in free agency who better represent what we're looking for.
Yeah, fair enough. You have to be realistic about your expectations. And a hitting coach is not going to be the guy to just come in and make everything right. I think that in baseball probably has the least control over the actual performance on the playing field, the playing surface, right? Basketball, you can call plays to get your star of the ball. Obviously, in football, you design plays to attack a defense's weaknesses. When it comes to baseball, it's like, look, this is what we're working on. Now go out and do it. The rest is on you. So to ask the new hitting coach to take this team to the next level, I think there is influence that he could have. But when it's all said and done, Julio got to have the right approach in the box. Stop swinging at that slider falling away from you. Rosarena, square that thing up, keep hitting the baseball hard because you're at 80% right now. It's more up to the player. Can you take that philosophy and that technique from your training to the game?
For a team that relies heavily on its rotation, and we know that the Mariners will win lower scoring games. That's how they built their team. They want to win games that way. So it puts you in an almost impossible hole when you fall behind 6-0. I'm not going to say that's going to happen every time, but yeah, approaches change at the plate. There are guys now that start to go up there and think, all right, I got to get a home run swing off. I got to get this team back in the game. So it clearly starts with, okay, don't fall in a 6-0 hole early on. It was a bad performance from Emerson Hancock. We talked about that. I don't think you're going to see that every time. Now, you might not see overwhelmingly dominant stuff from Hancock, but if you are in a different situation where all of a sudden the opposing pitcher is a little tighter, it's a close game, it's 0-0, or maybe the Tigers have a 1-run lead instead of a 6-0 lead, I think you will see better approaches, better at-bats coming from the Mariners because they still got on base a good amount. They took advantage to some extent of a young pitcher. Jackson Jobe made his first career MLB start, so they did get 6 walks. They didn't have a lot of walks in a couple of games over the weekend against the A's. No walks, actually, on Sunday. So you get guys on base. Now it's, all right, when is this all going to come together? Because I don't think we have seen a full, complete performance, whether it's pitching plus offense or consistent offense and then good pitching. Because the offense, look at the raw numbers. Last night, it was the best offensive performance we've seen this season. 6 runs, that's a high. The hits, 8 hits, that's a high. They only had 5 hits in every game over the weekend. So those in itself are good, but we know you can't put things in a vacuum. That's every sport. You can't look at anything in a vacuum and just look at one stat and have it isolated without saying how it affects everything else. So now, all right, the Mariners, they found some signs of offensive progress. How does everything come together? Because it's getting tough with this Tigers team because all of a sudden there's the reigning Cy Young winner, Tarek Skubal, looming on Wednesday. So today takes on a lot of importance when you have your ace on the mound, your number one, against the guy on the other side, in Casey Mize, who hasn't pitched yet because the Tigers, they only played 3 games over the weekend. So this is a guy, maybe he's rusty coming into this one. Logan Gilbert coming off a solid start. You would hope that this is the game where the Mariners put it all together.
There might be help on the way, though, eventually. There might be help on the way. We're talking about offense and getting things going, and it sounds like the Mariners have some hitting prospects who don't have these issues, but the question is, how do you bridge that gap?
And I don't know that we're going to be having these conversations 3 years down the road because I don't think that Colt Emerson is going to have big issues with strikeouts. And I don't think Johnny Farmelo is going to have big issues with strikeouts. And Las Montez may, but, the hope is he's got 40 home runs in his bat as well. And so I think this next generation of Mariners hitters that's coming up right now is going to be a lot better in this respect. But it also, I think, is important, as you said, for the people who are running baseball operations day to day to look at this lineup right now, understand how its weaknesses are impeding the success of the present team, and bake that into future evaluations so that you don't run into the same problem again with the players who you are developing and who you do hope are going to be part of a homegrown core going forward.
Draft develop. Something we've heard a lot with the squad and haven't really seen much of it. You can point to Cal for sure. You point to Julio. But the fact that we have been sitting here for a couple of years kind of looking at their prospects saying, okay, well, we can't wait for these guys to get up here and send help, just lets you know what type of approach they've had when it comes to the offseason trying to acquire players. You just don't do that. We're looking at 18, 19, 20-year-olds like, all right, man, develop. Get your 2,500 at-bats in the minors, and maybe you'll come up here and contribute to this team. So that is a way of looking at it. That's a way of doing it, but just the process has to be so clean, and I think a lot of fans don't believe that it will be.
Well, I don't know what the short-term solution is. That's my confusion. So I'm struggling to see a solution for, the prospects and when they come to fruition, because that will significantly help this team, or at least we hope and expect, because it is such a loaded farm system. But where's the immediate solution? And I want to throw out my ideas that don't necessarily mesh with the developmental timeline. But I'm an impatient guy. So I would say if this continues along these lines where you're not seeing a lot of sustained offensive production, you're still seeing some of the issues with the guys that you brought in this offseason, just go to the young guys. Like, that's my impatient plea of bring Ben Williamson up, have him play third, bring Cole Young up, have him play second, bring Colt Emerson up at the end of the year. Now, is that practical? No, and it's not going to happen. They have a timeline. It's not yet. It's going to be in the next couple of years. But for the sheer, let's see what these young guys can do if the current people in there aren't producing, you know that those prospects, as Jeff Passan said, have significantly higher ceilings than guys that you have brought in right now. So I don't know when that all merges together to say, okay, we think Ben Williamson is now the best option at third, or we think Cole Young is the best option at second, to then help supplement what we have already around him. And we're talking about all these from a position player standpoint. It's a nice luxury to have that you don't have to worry about the pitching side. When George Kirby comes back, seems like in, a couple of weeks to a month, then maybe closer to the month side. We can ask Shannon about that, about the timeline for Kirby, because I know it's still a ways until he starts actually rehabbing and throwing. But the rotation, we're just going to set that aside. That's solid. That's great. It's all about how the future blends with the present, and when does it actually pay off for this Mariners team? Because almost like in football, where championship windows are so fleeting, there is a core here. We know it's a core on offense. There's a core on pitching. We know there's a core on the offense, but you need to supplement that core. Because right now I think you could argue that the core is only Julio and Cal. Maybe Luke Raley is some part of that, but you need to strengthen up around that. And I don't know when that happens, and I would love to just say, okay, in a couple of months, you're going to see Cole Young. And maybe in a month, you're going to see Ben Williamson. But at this point, there still has to be something to keep them solvent, to keep them above water until then. So it's a tough question.
Connect the dots.
I don't know.
You got to connect the dots.
We
Take
had our
advantage.
GM hats on. We did with the Seahawks. But
you be the GM. I'll just be, I don't know. I'll just be the guy who gets your soda when you need it.
Okay.
You GM this thing. I'll assist you.
I mean, every good GM needs someone to get their soda. I appreciate that.
Mike Leach, man, I'll never forget Mike Leach. He had a guy who got him his soda.
Really?
Every day.
Do you remember Rick Majerus, the Utah coach, the old Utah basketball coach? He would have like a towel guy who would like put a towel up and wipe his face in the middle of the game. And he'd hand him a towel, and he'd take the towel away. We could go on a whole side topic about like weird coaches for coaches, but I know that's another story. The old get me back coach.
Get back.
That's a coach. That's a great job to have. The old get back coach.
How much you get paid though? One coach got in trouble. I think McVay's coach got into some shady stuff. I forgot exactly what it was. He was a get back coach. All right, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
According to Adam Jude of the Seattle Times, the Mariners have ordered torpedo bats. What's the real headline?
Do those bats help you make contact with the ball, though?
They don't. They don't. You got to square it up.
You got to hit it first.
The torpedo bats they remind me of the infomercials that I see at night, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, of these illegal golf clubs that make your ball go straight. You can't slice it. You can't hook it. I'm like, that's not fair. Like you got to be able to use some type of skill. But that's what a torpedo bat feels like. But we all know that baseball's traveling at you at 98 miles an hour or 80-something sliding to your left and right. It's harder to do than to square up a golf ball. But this is the new trend. It's a copycat. Everyone's going to do it. And I'm for it. Juice it up. Someone texted in. It was a great text. They said, this is an era without steroids. So now you have torpedo bats.
Yeah, and it's an era where pitching has been overwhelmingly dominant. And they have tried to do things to help the offense again by banning the shift, but there's really only so much you can do with the nasty stuff the pitchers are throwing. And they're improving how they pitch, the velocity, the stuff, the movement. So, yeah, sure. Why not? I don't know how much of an impact this actually has. You're going to have to be a good hitter to begin with. You're going to have to some extent, still square up the ball. Now it's coming in a different spot, but you have to have the ability to get a ball out there anyway. So for some guys, it might not work. It might not matter. Aaron Judge has said that he doesn't care about him. He said he's good enough, which is true. And it seems like it's going to help guys who weren't necessarily home run hitters become more home run hitters. So you already have power. It's not really going to help you, but yeah, why not? Change up the game a little bit. I like how you admitted that you bought those secret clubs, though, Bump. Is that what you did?
No,
you got one of those things?
Heck no. Give me the real stuff. If I'm slicing, I'm slicing. But die with the slice, die with the snap hook. I'm going to thug it out, man. Let's go. Let's go.
Headline rewrites.
The Kraken have lost 5 of their last 6 after falling 3-1 to the Dallas Stars last night. What's the real headline?
Now, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, does it even make a sound?
It doesn't. Maybe
just
it does.
Just like the Kraken losing
Just
again.
like the Kraken, man. It's all bad. All bad, man. Get the season over with. 7, 8 games left. You shipped off a lot of your talent. You're relying on some young guys to develop. Sounds like the Mariners, really. You got some guys, Shane and Beniers and stuff. You got to build around them, though. Goaltending has been suspect this year. It's been ups and downs, smiles and frowns. The Kraken had us for a minute. They had us, and then they lost us.
Yeah, they really did. They shipped off all the fan favorites. I know you're trying to get draft picks and you're trying to accumulate as much high draft capital as possible, but it's tough to see when you're already in the midst of a losing season. All right, fan favorite, Yanni Gourde. Now he's gone.
Yanni.
The fan favorite since he took his crazy picture at the very start of his first season, Brandon Tanev, who then modeled that every single year and became a funny joke and a good, strong rallying point around him. He always played tough. He's gone. So you don't really have that gritty, hard-working guy on the boards that you can rally behind. You have guys that you're trying to support. You mentioned you want Matty Beniers to emerge as a star. Shane Wright, there's been some improvement with him. So does he emerge into a guy that you can really build around? Yeah, we'll see. He still has not put it together for a full season yet. Very young. But right now, there's just no one that you can say, hey, this is our guy. This is our face of the franchise. Maybe Joey Decord. I mean, it's a goalie, but Joey Decord was the guy for a while, especially after the Winter Classic. No, it's not Grubauer. Yeah, he's back up there. He's doing a little better, but yeah, it's just a lot of tough decisions in another lost season for the Kraken. And what's disheartening is that a lost season after firing your coach. So now year 1 with a new coach, really no definitive signs of progress. I understand growing pains are to be expected, but it doesn't look a lot different than what we were seeing with Dave Haxtell.
No, it doesn't. Do better, please. Thank you.
Headline rewrites.
The NFL has decided to table the vote on the Tush Push until a later date. What's the real headline?
Well, Bump, moving your problems into the future, always a good idea.
Always. I'll do it tomorrow. You know what that's like? That's like driving home and knowing you need to get gas and be like, I'll get in the morning.
Oh, I've done that so much.
Then you wake up in the morning,
yeah.
You're 5 minutes behind, and you're playing the game. And you think to yourself, if I just would have taken 10 minutes out of my night and just gone and get some gas, we'd be fine right now. This is what that is. Go get gas right now. Or get an electric car and say, no, we're not going to do it. Do something. Don't table it till later.
I can't tell you how many times I have had that exact conversation myself. Like, I have more time in the morning, and it's right on the way. You can stop and get gas just right on the way into work, and then all of a sudden, all that time disappears, and then you finally have to go get gas, or else your car is stalling out on the bridge, and then traffic backs up for miles. So, yeah, that procrastination, doing your chores. I'm sure your kids want to be like, no, I can do that later. Yeah. You got to get on them to do that, right? They want to push that till later. They want to push it till tomorrow, but
what I'll do
things have to be done.
I'll tell them, look, man, I'm going to be gone for 2 hours. This needs to be done by the time I get back. I'll even call them. Hey, you got like an hour. Make sure it's done. What are you doing? Oh, I'm playing Rocket League or something. I'm like, all right, cool. I get home, and now everyone's moving quickly. Why'd you wait? Get her done.
Because
by the
they
way,
had 2 hours to do it.
I told you to take the chicken out the freezer too, man. The chicken ain't even thawed out. Now we can't eat.
I heard you and Stacy talk about that the other day. There's no
Yeah.
making up for that one.
Nah.
There are some errands that if you don't do, you're just done.
You're done.
But the other ones, taking out the trash, you could do that at the last minute.
Easily. Pick up in your room, take out the trash.
Tabling
Easy
the Tush
stuff.
Push vote, that's not an April problem. That's a May problem. Or that's a later in the season problem. Who knows?
Let's get it done. I don't care what y'all do at this point. I'm tired of talking about it. All right, when we come back, we'll go around the NFL headlines, man. There's a chance you might see the Seahawks throwback jerseys a few more times this year. We'll talk about that and more.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Cooper Kupp is with us. Welcome to Seattle, man. I heard in the press conference, you were looking at like the pictures around here going, man, I remember where I was as a little kid when that happened.
It's a special thing. I was talking about, the experiences, the memories. My wife grew up in Washington. I obviously grew up here. This whole full circle moment of being able to come back here and be a part of things in Washington State. So it's a really cool thing.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Roland Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This is the Bumpin' Stacy Show. We got Mike Lefkoe filling in for Stacy. I'm still here, though. Let's get into it. NFL headlines. NFL has relaxed its uniform policy, now allowing teams to wear their throwback or alternate jerseys up to 4 times per year. This is what the people wanted.
Yes.
Now, what's next? Let's bring the white uniforms in, the white throwbacks, man. Let us wear the blues twice, the whites twice. Bam, they're the best uniforms in the game by far.
Everyone's, I think it's my nostalgia and our nostalgia, but everyone's throwbacks are better than their regular uniform right now. I challenge anyone out there to give me a current uniform that is better than the modernized throwbacks that all these teams have brought back. Eagles, nope, theirs better.
Yep.
Bucks, throwbacks better. Seahawks, obviously.
You like the creamsicles or the...
Oh, yeah, the creamsicles.
Yeah,
absolutely. And it's funny what time and nostalgia will do, because I know those were hated because they were associated with them playing poorly, and the Bucks changed uniforms. They won the Super Bowl, but then they realized, okay, maybe it wasn't necessarily the uniform. So as they wore those for more and more, and then they switched to other terrible uniforms, you go, oh, the creamsicles are nice. The Falcons, the red helmet, that one's better. Oh, I'm a uniform guy, Bump. I'm going to get going here. I'm going to go for 30 more minutes.
The Packer one is pretty nasty.
No, that doesn't count. That's just stupid. That's just a weird thing. That's not like a true
like a yellow
throwback.
helmet.
They're just, no, that's an alternate. They're trying to be, that's a one-off alternate. They're just trying to be too cute with.
Pittsburgh's
that is not a tried and
garbage
true.
too. I don't like the bumblebee look.
The ones that are actual, like those were part of their franchises in recent history, like the past 30 to 40 years. Not old school, hey, we're paying homage to like our original founders. Like the Patriots,
Broncos,
those are better.
like
the Broncos, oh yeah, the Broncos are clean. Those are great. Obviously the Seahawks, since we started with that. But every single team should just have those as their primary jersey. Again, talking about why the NFL has these rule stipulations on certain things, another thing like this that doesn't make sense. Now that you got rid of that shell rule that also didn't make sense, let them wear them as much as they want. If the Seahawks want to wear their throwbacks 10 times a year, let them. But hey, I'll take 4. 4, I guess, is good enough.
English Premier League. Man, I'll be watching a team play, and their uniforms look nothing like what their, what do you call that? Their, it's not the logo. They have a name for it. Crest, thank you. What their crest looks like. And I'm for it, though, man. Just mix it up, throw everything out there. But when it comes to football, yes, the throwbacks are way more better, and I'm with you 100% there.
You know what got me really mad, really quick before we go on?
What's that?
And I got really mad about this. The Titans decided to scrap their Oilers throwbacks.
Really?
I didn't know if the Texans were complaining too much or they just were like, you know what? We want to finally move past that. But that's their identity. They stole it, sure, but it's part of the identity that I love because I love those Oilers teams.
Yeah.
And that's the color scheme and the team that I fell in love with. And when they bring those out there, those are the best uniforms of the game.
Forgot for a second you were a Titans fan.
Yeah.
My first throwback jersey was a Warren Moon Oilers jersey back in 2002 when my man was just dropped on this earth.
I have a bootlegged version of that was probably cheaply made and it's ill-fitting, but it looks clean. And now it's going to be my Cam Ward jersey. It's number 1, so it still fits. But that color scheme.
What
and
if
that
they don't
Oiler on
get
the
Cam
helmet,
Ward? What if the Titans don't take Cam Ward?
I rage quit and I'm out of here.
They're going to. There's no way. The real pick is the number 2 pick. Like, what's Cleveland going to do with that pick? Because I'm thinking Abdul.
You got to. Think about if you have Myles Garrett and Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Whew. Who's stopping that?
Who's going to play quarterback?
Who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah, be bad for
Can't
another
win without
year.
a quarterback.
Be bad for another year and then get a good quarterback.
You know why they're okay being bad for another year? Because Myles Garrett is fine with it because he's getting $40 million a year now, so he's good.
Unless there's a good quarterback. I mean, I don't know. Go defense.
I go Shedeur.
Yeah?
Yeah. You need a quarterback, but you know what? Not my problem.
All
right. The NFL has liberalized rules about who can be on the August Hard Knocks show. Under old rules, Falcons were one of the only 4 teams who could not turn down the show. That pool is much wider now, according to Brian. How do you say that? Roll up.
Yeah.
Roll up. Okay.
Sure.
Chief
Say it
Media
confidently, and
Officer
that's how it is.
for NFL. I don't want to disrespect the man.
Yeah,
You know, if I can say it right, I'm gonna say it right. So yeah, it's different now. Under the old rules, Seahawks were one of just a few teams who were eligible this season.
And I know that. So it's a Falcons beat reporter who tweeted that out there. I think there were only 3 because we discussed this when it became known that the Seahawks could be a legitimate option. So it's Falcons, Seahawks, Titans. Maybe there's a 4th. I'm struggling to think of one now with all the coaching changes, but I really wanted the Seahawks to be on Hard Knocks.
Did you?
There were some strict criteria that eliminated a lot of teams from being eligible. So out of all those teams, Falcons, you don't want the Falcons on Hard Knocks. They're boring. Titans, not really an interesting team. The Seahawks, who have so famously avoided being on this, and I think that's the white whale for the NFL to get that access there that I know they would hate. You know, they would hate all that access that Hard Knocks would get. And because of that, they've been so elusive to pin down for behind-the-scenes documentary like that. I just think it'd be amazing. But it might not happen now because now there's liberalized rules.
Liberalized rules.
I don't know what that means. Does that mean anyone can be on because all these teams have been so forceful in saying we don't want to appear on the show?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
They're saying, look.
They got to find somebody.
Anybody can get it now. The old rules were teams who didn't make the playoffs in either of the past 2 years, teams without a first-year head coach, teams who haven't been on in the past 10 years. So, it's liberalized now, I guess.
And there weren't a lot of teams. In the heat of the moment right now, maybe there is a 4th, but I really think there's only 3. So someone can research that who has some time. But either way, there was just a small pool of teams who were eligible. Wouldn't you like that? To watch the Seahawks every Tuesday during training camp?
I would because that's our squad.
Yeah.
I wouldn't because I feel like it's a distraction, right? Football talk, distraction. And then they have all these media obligations because HBO is following them around. So then when we ask them to get on the Bump and Stacy show, they're tired of talking to people already. It's going to be hard for you to grab people for Wyman and Bob.
We'd probably get pushed into a makeshift tent like they have in Sacramento because HBO would take up all the space.
Exactly.
All right.
See, I'm thinking selfishly. Like, I want to make sure our media can cover them the way we can.
But think of the people, Bump.
Yeah.
The people want to see it.
Man, forget the people. I'm worried about the region. My people in this region.
I do wonder if that is because of the disaster of that Joe Shane moment, that leaking out in the offseason. Well, first of all, there's never going to be an offseason Hard Knocks again. And now I think every team is seeing that, and that information that was pretty embarrassing in hindsight for the Giants, in almost, information that is kind of, their own. It's the word's escaping me, but yeah, it's that
confidential.
What's that?
Confidential?
Yeah, confidential. It's the proprietary. Proprietary is the word. It's almost proprietary information of like you deciding what you want to do in free agency, and that leaks out there. And then Saquon, of course, signs with the Eagles, has that incredible year. Eagles win the Super Bowl. The Giants are a laughing stock. So I imagine teams around football are saying, no, we don't want anything like that out there, and they're all telling Hard Knocks no.
Yeah.
So
stay out my business.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what they're saying. Stay out my business. All right, next up, Falcons are still working to trade Kirk Cousins and expect him to skip OTAs. Yeah, Yes, because y'all fooled him. You signed him, fully guaranteed contract, and you go, you know what, number 9? Oh, man, Michael Penix is there. All right, let's go ahead and grab the youngster. And then he goes out, doesn't have the greatest year, and he has his replacement there. He wasn't expecting this. He said he wants to sign with a team after the draft so he understands exactly what position he's in. Him and Russell Wilson are in such a weird point in their careers, man. But no, I think Kirk Cousins should be traded. And he can help a team. What team, I don't know, because all I see are backup jobs so far, unless what? Cleveland's going to take Abdul.
There you go.
And then you send him over to Cleveland.
You got the plan.
Good luck over there,
GM
man.
bump.
Good luck over there. But, yeah, I mean, you should trade Kirk Cousins.
Hey, I would take getting fooled for $100 million.
$100 million?
I mean, that's what they signed him for, right? They signed him for $100 million, then all of a sudden he's the backup. That's okay. You know, he has all that guaranteed money. I think you're fine with him being the backup. It's stunning that he's on the roster because they had to pay him that roster bonus, so everyone thought they'd trade him before that became due. They were almost defiant in saying, no, he's our backup quarterback, and I guess they like something in what they think Kirk Cousins can be because Michael Penix, you certainly didn't know what you had until he made some starts, looked very good. But it almost does make too much sense to trade Kirk Cousins to the Browns.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Browns can afford it.
You're not sending them back
terrible
to the
contract
Vikings.
situation.
No Vikings.
No,
Giants
Vikings
are done.
don't want him.
Pittsburgh's going to take Aaron Rodgers. Everywhere else.
Yeah, you called it already. It's a done deal.
Done
so,
deal.
hey, if Kirk Cousins goes to Cleveland, then they can take Abdul Carter.
You heard it here.
Then your guy Shedeur Sanders can go to the Giants.
There you
It's
go.
a big trickle-down effect.
It is.
There it is. All right, we're making moves.
We're making moves. That's what we do here. GMs. You know, actually, I am a GM now. I take that back. I'm a GM now. All right, when we come back, it is time for What I Need to Know. A little early because we have the dugout from 1 to 2. So get your questions in right now. 866-979-3776. What I Need to Know next.
4 down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
The NFL is trying to clean up the game. What do they want to emphasize, and how do you feel about it?
The NFL wants to bring in more sportsmanship. And I understand they're saying, look, we want kids watching the game to learn from these guys. And listen, it is a good idea. But the ball player in me says, man, forget all that noise. This is football.
4 down territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Join the team. The City of Kirkland is hosting a job fair on Saturday, April 5th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the North Kirkland Community Center. Visit kirklandwa.gov/parkjobs for more information and links to positions.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Listen up, fellow Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. Let's do it again and get vaccinated because we're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com and schedule a vaccine today. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the new Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced new Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the new Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your new skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the new skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's time for What I Need to Know here on the Bump and Stacy Show. Just a reminder, from 1 to 2, we're shifting over to the Dugout. And, it's still going to be me and Lefko here, but it's going to be Mariner focused. So, yeah, get your questions in right now, though, for What I Need to Know. 866-979-3776. First one, what I need to know. Do you have any noteworthy phobias? I think I'm afraid of heights because I don't do the Space Needle. Feels weird. I hosted a draft party there a couple years ago, and it took me a while. Took me a while to get used to it. Tall buildings when I'm on top. Like where I was in Vegas one time, and my room was way at the top, and I looked out the window and I was like, let me close these real quick. Yeah, so I think I'm pretty sure I'm afraid of heights.
Have you ever been on a tall balcony and ever looked over and be like,
yeah,
you
just made my stomach hurt right now just imagining it.
It's just a terrifying thought to think, yeah, that's a long way down.
Yeah.
So I'm not afraid of heights unless you do that and you get very close to the edge. Like some of those people that go climb mountains and they'll go look out over the edge.
Yeah.
I'll go to the top. Like I love getting to the summit of a climb. But then they're leaning over the peak trying to take pictures. Like, no, I'm going to back up a little bit because that is too close.
No, thank you.
Mine, right away, I just think snakes. Like any kind of snakes. Even if they're not poisonous, the way they move and they're just slithering up to you, there's something terrifying about that.
Yeah.
So any kind of snake, I would say right away, that's my phobia.
I saw a garter snake on the golf course, and they can't hurt you. And it scared the heck out of me. I was gone.
This is the way they move.
That's the way they move.
They're slithering ways. It's kind of strange. I have a phobia that I didn't know I had, but because it happened to actually Jason Benetti, who's a Tigers broadcaster, who was on with Brock and Salk, he got trapped in a hotel bathroom one time. Did not have his phone on him, like literally trapped. And he was banging on the door, like yelling. And finally, some housekeeper that's passing out in the hallway hears it, opens the door, and like lets him out. But he could have been in there for hours. Actually, think about that. If you go into a hotel bathroom with just the shower and the toilet part, you don't have your phone in there, and all of a sudden that door's jammed. So I never fully close the door now if I go to a hotel bathroom. That's it. That's a phobia I never knew I had until that happened.
Okay. What I need to know. Hey, Bump, if someone bumps you, do you go, what the F, and punch them? No. I look at them and wait for them to say, excuse me. And if they don't, then that's their prerogative. They're going to get some good eye contact, though.
Does someone do that right away? I would hate to be around the person that does that.
The bumps?
If you just bump someone accidentally and they just turn and punch you?
Yeah, that's a bit aggressive.
Yeah, that's a bit aggressive. I like this one. Tyson in Gig Harbor. We all know Stacy's suspect snack choices. What I need to know, with Stacy gone, is the snack game on point this week?
Snack game. I mean, I don't snack too much, but I did have 2 Oreos today.
So, yeah, it's good. It's on point.
So, yeah.
I mean, I'm old reliable. You go with pretzels. Never fail there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pretzels, some string cheese. Good to go. There we go. Yeah.
What I need to know, we'll be at the 707 tournament next weekend in Monroe. Yes, my company's actually putting that tournament on, so come holler at us. ETA, let's go.
Man, all right. Here's something we can actually ask our guest at 1:30, Aaron Goldsmith. What I need to know, can Goldie do an Aussie accent? I assume they're making fun of Ryan Roland-Smith then. And does he own a vest? I can answer that one. He does own a vest.
He definitely owns a vest.
I wish I would have known you were rocking your vest. I would have done it. Always fun. We can rock the vest, gang.
The vest.
Yeah.
Vest and a hoodie under is my favorite type of feel.
Yeah? You and Curtis rock the vest a good amount. So sometimes when we all match, I get a little bursting of pride there.
Vest gang, bing, bing, bang.
Absolutely.
What's the best?
Oh, you know what? I have mine. I should go get it.
That's too late.
Final hour.
Oh, yeah, we got
final hour, vest gang.
What's the best April Fool's prank you ever pulled? I don't know. I'm not really into that.
Yeah.
I'm not really into that. Ian, you got one?
I can't even think.
I'm trying to think. I think we kicked a kid off a school bus one time back in like high school. Like it was just crowded, and so we all kind of crowded so that he would have to get off, and he missed the bus.
Dang.
And it happened to be April Fool's, or just the random Tuesday?
I'm pretty sure like this was April Fool's because there was he was a nice guy. There was no reason to mess with him otherwise. Yeah, that was a tough one. He was late to practice.
Oh, man. What I need to know, Bob, have you ever watched the LPGA women's golf tournament before those ladies? Yeah. I watch the women play because their tempo resembles mine. Like, I can't swing as hard as the men. The golf ball will go everywhere. But the women's tempo, nice and smooth, good visual before I go and try to win my next tournament.
Okay. Here's one I think we can both answer. What I need to know. What was more encouraging from last night's game? The offense scored 6 runs, or the bullpen only allowed 3 runs over 8 1/3 innings?
That's impressive because you didn't have high leverage dudes out there, So I'm going to go with the bullpen.
Yeah, we didn't
need those guys.
We didn't even talk about that in the whole context of the Tigers and their big inning. But I do think it was impressive that you could have the bullpen cover 8 2/3, and you didn't have to burn any leverage arms.
Right.
Now, maybe you would have liked to have the Mariners gotten back in the game, but in the long-term battle of this entire series, that's going to loom large because now today and tomorrow you have all your leverage guys set up. So in using 4 relievers, they didn't have to go to a guy like Trent Thornton, who's been the 8th inning guy, or Gregory Santos, who's been really key in his spots, and of course Munoz, you were never going to use him. But man, yeah, credit the bullpen. So all of those guys pitched at least an inning and a third. Saucedo, Schneider, Vargas, and Bizzardo. And then Vargas, 3 2/3. I know Dan Wilson talked about him afterwards. That was huge. That was a critical effort there. Bizzardo, those final 2 innings. So, all right, I guess I'll go with the bullpen as well.
Yep. What I need to know, Bump, what set of golf clubs do you have? I'm rocking my Ping G5s from high school, class of 08. I respect that. Irons, I have a Titleist 100s. My driver is a Callaway Epic. I have a Ping 3-wood, and I have a Cleveland putter. I don't have a hybrid. I just rock with the long irons.
Okay. I only know what half that stuff means. I got to ask you one, because this is a question to me, but I want you on this first, then I'll answer. What I need to know, Lefko, I forget, were you ever a wrestling fan? Who was your go-to guy? Were you wrestling?
Yeah, middle school. Easy. Yeah. It was The Rock. Easy.
Yeah, you took mine. I was going to build it up. I was going to answer with the, do you smell? Yeah, and then go all along. Yeah, but that was obvious. Because The Rock in the good old days, before he became too mainstream. Yeah.
His prime. And his like interviews were crazy. Yeah. Like the wrestling was fun. I just like listening to him talk crap before and after the matches.
That was the era. You want to talk about the throwback and the NFL uniforms being the best? 90s wrestling, the Attitude Era, that was peak. And that was the time.
You could say some stuff too that you would get canceled saying today. They were pretty aggressive.
It's also hard to go against Stone Cold because that man had a cool celebration. Yeah, like, how do you argue with that? As a little kid, I just wanted to take 2 things of anything. Like, I didn't know what beer was at the time. I just wanted to like smack them together. Yeah, and just like pour them all over myself. That was my goal. So yeah, The Rock and Stone Cold.
Triple H was fired too.
Yeah, he was okay.
He was a bad guy.
He was all right.
Rey Mysterio putting on for the Short Kings.
All right. Okay. But The Rock. Overwhelmingly The Rock.
All right, that's going to do it for the Bump and Stacy show, but we're not going anywhere. We're just going to transition to the Dugout. We're going to start this thing speaking to Seattle Sports Mariners insider Shannon Drayer. That is next. Don't go anywhere.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
The Mariners making a move to lock up part of their core in Cal Raleigh. This is somebody you drafted, you developed, one of the great catchers in the game. You keep that guy around. He's a leader in the clubhouse. He's everything you'd want in a player. He's everything you'd hope when you draft a young player that they're going to turn into something close to this. And you got it.
Cal could probably get a lot more money on the open market, but he wants to stay here. I think Mariner fans are going to love him forever.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners are looking to bounce back from a 9-6 loss last night. First pitch is at 6:40. Logan is on the mound. The Kraken have lost 5 of 6. They lost 3-1 to Dallas. And the NFL had some rule changes. In overtime, both teams will be able to possess the football, and the Tush Push talks have been tabled.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
This is The Dugout. Every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy. Inside access to the clubhouse from Shannon Drayer on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
This is The Dugout. First one of the year. We got Mike Lefkoe with us. I'm Michael Bumpus. We're joined now by Seattle Sports Mariners insider Shannon Drayer. Shannon, how you doing?
Doing okay.
Doing all right. You ready for this? You ready for the bounce back? How you feeling?
A little out of practice.
Hey, Shannon, we saw a tough one from Emerson yesterday, and Mike and I have been trying to bounce back the positives and the negatives, and we didn't give the bullpen enough credit for the performance that they had last night. What do you make of Emerson's performance, and then tell me a little something about the bullpen?
Well, I think the best way it was put afterwards, and we hear this throughout the season, but it's never more, I think, important than at the beginning of the season when anything can happen. That is an outing that you just have to flush. You know, you kind of look into it and you see where you can find things went wrong that are correctable, and then you got to let it go. You know, you can't take that into your next outing. And watching Emerson and watching it with people who watched him all spring, we were a little surprised. But he didn't have his best command out there. He was not able to get to a sweeper because he wasn't really in those situations. Ryan Roland-Smith didn't always like the pitch calling in some situations, but, things just got moving way too quickly, and that is not representative of what he can do in a big league game. And unfortunately, that wasn't what we saw. What we saw in spring training is we did see the increased velocity on the fastball, and unlike last year, he actually brought it into the season. Last year he had it on the two-seamer, but it did not translate into the season. We did see it. But he did just really kind of have some trouble commanding that in his other pitches. We also saw him, he has got a very good changeup, and that just did not play last night. So it just really wasn't what we have seen from him. He is somebody that the ball is going to be put in play. Plays are going to have to be made behind him, and, that can sometimes be a little bit of a tougher road for a pitcher. But I think that there was, enough to take a look at. There were some things that were correctable, and you have to move on from that. As far as the bullpen goes, that's always a tough situation, and it was kind of interesting how Dan Wilson played it. Going to throw kind of some of the middle and even a little bit of a higher leverage reliever in Schneider in there early, see if we can keep this close. And if we can keep this close, then you go for it, and if not, you're in a different situation. And you like what you saw in, Schneider in particular and in Vargas in particular, and that they both were a little bit extended from what they usually do. Unfortunately, runs were surrendered, but again, it was kind of an extraordinary situation. You had a team that got out very hot with the bat, and Vargas in particular, did not walk into the stadium that day thinking he was going to throw a 3 2/3 innings. So I do think for the most part they held up their end of the bargain, which is important because, the bullpen is not what it's going to be, but, they were able to give kind of some good looks last night.
Shannon, when you look at the offense, we're starting to see a little bit of that Randy Arozarena power, 2 home runs already, a nice game yesterday. What are you seeing out of him coming out of spring training into this season that might not have been there last year when he got here with the Mariners?
Well, it's kind of interesting because with him, we hadn't seen a spring training, so I was very curious to see what we would see from him, and I was maybe a little bit alarmed early that he's somebody that takes a little while to get into it. I don't exactly know what his process was, but there was a point in spring training when he looked like a different hitter, when you started to see him lock in terms of making contact. And, he didn't have a lot of exit velocity. Well, sometimes it was available to us, but you saw what he was able to do. And, he is somebody that I think has got kind of a lot to prove this year. It is a contract year, and he was on a little bit of a downward trend, not just for last year, but even coming into last year. So very interested to see what he can do out there and if he can rebound from it. And, honestly, it's just too soon. It's just too soon to, you cannot take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games and determine that is the direction that they're going in. But I think it is good sign that he is making good contact. I think, obviously you're going to want to see strikeouts go down, but again, there's a lot of adjustment that is going on right now, and we're just going to have to wait and see for him. But, another thing I would point to is we've seen Dan Wilson basically keep the top of that order consistent throughout the first 5 games, and Randy is right there in that cleanup spot, and he doesn't look like that's a problem for him. He's overwhelmed. He's overthinking anything. He's going up there and being Randy. And I love what he did in game 1 in taking the shot when the shot was needed. He's a veteran. He knows what he can do. He's not afraid to do that. There was just a deadly arm in the bullpen that if they didn't score in that inning, they probably wouldn't score in the next. So that kind of game awareness, really like seeing from him.
One of the questions I think people had coming into the season was the infield play. It's been okay, right? We saw a couple of suspect plays going on, but how do you think that thing is shaping out, and when do you feel like we'll start seeing more chemistry or clean play out there?
Yeah, I think that there's going to be a little bit of a challenge because you have so many infielders. We talked about this all spring. How is this all going to fit together? And when I'm looking right now that going into Game 6, Donovan Solano has had 7 plate appearances. Dylan Moore has had 8 plate appearances. Rowdy Tellez, who it feels like he's always in there, not as much. How do you balance this? Again, we haven't seen as much Luke Raley at first base or as much Luke Raley, period, that we thought we would see. So it's going to take some time because it looks like there will be shuffling. I think everybody is very happy with what they're seeing from Ryan Bliss defensively. He's showing that he can really do some things over there. And the one little problem that he seemed to have in not making the routine plays we're not seeing that. We're not seeing him drop the ball. And maybe that is a little bit more confidence. Maybe it's the work that he has been putting in. Whatever it is, it's good. But, I mean, you can count a couple of plus plays from him already that we just didn't see last year. So that's an absolute positive. And then you look over at third base, and kind of the surprise there is that is still a work in progress, in that, we thought that he was okay when they signed him. He wasn't. And, it took a long time before he was able to even do, kind of some of the basic drills that the infielders do every day in spring training. Still hasn't seen every play that he is going to see over there. And also his arm isn't completely stretched out for third base yet either. He is on an extended throwing program so that he can, build arm strength right now. And that's not something you expect to see going into the season. But with the bat that he has, they are right now going to allow him to continue doing that. And if not, I'd probably have him in that DH spot, and that's going to open up some other problems as far as how you get playing time for people. So I think it's going to be a little while. I think it's been a mixed bag. I think, after game one and even game two, you looked at it and went, okay, that looks okay. But then the more they play, you start to see a little bit, okay, you're a little exposed there, you're a little exposed there, and it's something that's going to need to come together. They're very important to that pitching staff.
Yeah, Shannon, I'm curious about that potential backlog at DH, because Polanco's bat, as you said, you want to keep him in the lineup. So if he's going to have a day off from the field, and then he's going to DH, but you have Raley and Tellez and Mitch Garver, that a lot was made of him not coming in a spot yesterday. How do you see the DH spot kind of sorting itself out?
Well, I think him mostly not coming in that spot was just because it was a weird game and they were behind early, and there would be opportunities throughout the game to bring guys in. So I think they were really waiting to see what was going to happen there. But I think most of the names that you just mentioned, maybe not Luke Raley as much, but most of them were aware that they were not, penciled in for everyday players. So they're going to have to get their at-bats where they can get them. Right now, you do have the opportunity to use the DH while they are continuing to work with Jorge Polanco. But if you get to a point where, that knee he's not 100% on it, he doesn't feel 100% confident on it, or if he doesn't, come to a point where they feel 100% confident with him making all of the plays. And I think he's shown signs he can do that. The throws, the worst throw that he made was a ball that he spiked. That was not a reflection of what his arm strength was. It was a bad throw. And so I think we're still learning more about that. But it's going to be a couple of weeks before I think that he is up and running fully physically, between, feeling absolute comfort with the knee and that, if I plant, I'm going to be okay. If I, plant backwards on it, I'm going to be okay. He's not there yet. So I think you just have to wait and see how that evolves. If that means a DH day here and there, I think he'll be the priority. But, that's going to mean fewer DH days for those that you mentioned. Although, most of those that you mentioned, Rowdy Tellez, not so much, but you can put Luke Raley in the outfield. Somebody's going to need a day off there at some point.
All right, she is our insider for the Mariners, Shannon Drayer. You have a good one. We appreciate you, Shannon.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Shannon.
I like what she mentioned. Look, the first 2 days, the infield look all right, but this is a long season and some mistakes were made. So that's what I'm interested in seeing. Like, how clean can they play tonight against the Tigers? Again, first pitch is at 6:40. Okay, you are listening to The Dugout every Tuesday, 1 to 2 during the Mariners regular season. We're not done yet, just getting going. When we come back, we'll be joined by the Mariners first base coach. His name is Eric Young Jr. That's next right here on The Dugout.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
What Randy brings is this kind of edginess that is pretty rare in baseball, to see it combined with kind of a look-at-me showmanship. I don't say that in a negative way, for someone to make themselves a spectacle like that, especially when they're as quiet as they are, till he does something awesome and then he turns into Dennis Rodman. Like, I love it.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If you've ever wondered if there's something after death, Tyler Henry proves the answer is yes. Be part of his live audience readings and his jaw-dropping ability to connect with the departed at Muckleshoot Event Center, Thursday, July 10th and Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Experience this evening of hope and healing, bringing peace and closure to loved ones. Tyler Henry proves our loved ones never leave us. Get tickets at muckleshootcasino.com.
Muckleshoot.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain. And they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news about Swedish adding a second cyberknife in Seattle. Cyberknife is a non-invasive, extremely precise prostate cancer radiotherapy treatment. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the CyberKnife treatment period is much shorter, typically 5 days with daily sessions under an hour. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife Prostate.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
This is The Dugout. We got Mike Lefko in for Stacy Ross. I'm Michael Bumpus, and now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, we are joined by Mariners first base coach Eric Young Jr. Eric, how you doing?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Good, man. Thanks for joining us on this day. Now, we do research before we talk to you guys, and there's something that stood out to me that I learned about you, Coach. One, you're 80s baby, 85. That's the greatest year known to man. Appreciate you. And second, you played football in high school, man. And you,
I did.
And you
I
had a scholarly offer.
For that.
You had an offer.
I did. I was supposed to go to Villanova University to be a defensive back.
DB out there. Okay. What made you choose baseball over football?
Well, I had a love for both sports, growing up, and my 11th grade year, I actually broke my leg during a football game. So I still came back and played my senior year, but I already knew how one hit could change everything. Yeah. So, the longevity of it, I decided to go the baseball route. And plus, my dad was a baseball player, so I was able to, get that mentorship from him and knowing that he'll be able to help me throughout my career.
Well, I was going to say, your dad kind of forced you into it, right? Like subconsciously.
No. He was actually ready for me to go to freshman camp for football. So, and then one day I actually sat him down and said, you know what, I'd rather go the baseball route. And then that's when he got super excited.
That's awesome. Yes. What did that impact have, though? Kind of growing up, knowing what that was like and kind of being around the game, having your dad play it?
It was huge because, I got to see the ups and downs of, what goes in a baseball season and a baseball career. And knowing that I had somebody to help me walk through it, I'd be able to deal with the low points of it, as well as, not get too high on myself when things are going super well. So just knowing that I had somebody that already paved that way for me that can kind of, steer me one way or the other, not let me get too down on myself throughout this career because obviously baseball is a hard sport and, you got to be strong mentally to be out here.
Man, you're an East Coast guy too, man. When I think of East Coast, just basketball comes to mind, and obviously, especially where you're from, that you produce a whole bunch of athletes. But what was that like growing up? Was baseball popular in your neighborhood? How'd you get into it, other than obviously your dad playing a big role?
Football and basketball were the two big sports. Baseball in the East is just seasons don't really start till like now. Like, most of them are now just starting their seasons because it's just so cold and snow that, a lot of the kids choose to go basketball for the indoors or football because you got all the equipment on. So, but luckily I was able to be exposed to baseball in other states, see guys, from other states play and definitely loved it and figured if I ever get to a warm weather place, then I know baseball will be dominant.
Hey, Eric, after your playing career was done, how did you decide coaching was the path that you wanted to go?
The later years of my playing career, I guess naturally I started, got into younger players, trying to help them with a routine, help them, just the journey of being a baseball player. And a lot of coaches started seeing that and asking me if I ever thought about coaching. And at the time I was like, man, I'm still playing. I don't even want to think about that just yet. And then it just so happened my last year as a player, 2019, I was here in the Mariners organization in Tacoma. And before they had to make a roster move and release me in midsummer, they asked me that question too. They was like, well, if ever you do decide to coach, give us a call. And that always stuck in my head. And when the playing opportunities started becoming limited, I gave the Mariners a call, and they put me on the coaching staff with the AAA team. So, I was excited. One, I was going to be able to go, straight to the AAA team, and two, to be within the Mariners organization because they was always up front with me.
So obviously they saw the teacher in you, and in 2013, you led the National League in stolen bases. And football's my background. I played a little bit of everything, and I've seen just techniques and stuff change throughout the last 10, 15 years. Right, there's things that guys are doing now that my coach would bench me if I even thought about doing. And baseball has kind of been, I guess, on the slower end to change, I guess, techniques and how you guys do things. Has there been any change in base running when you go back to your younger years playing the sport up to now being a coach?
A few things. Just I know now we really introduced that the bolt steal, where you kind of hop off the bag and steal. Mm-hmm. That's a little different from back in the day. I'm not against it. Because just like any sport, you're definitely trying to find something new, innovative, and if it works, it works. So you try to perfect that. But at the end of the day, base running is still the same. You got to get to the next bag and try to be real precise with the things you can control, like your lead, distance, and your effort out there, and just paying attention to the game and what the situation calls. So. There's little things that might change over the course of the years, but it still all comes back down to making sure you touch home plate.
Hey, Eric, have you had to learn kind of the tendencies and the personality traits of these guys? 'Cause I imagine at first when they get there, some guys maybe are a little more talkative, some guys maybe want a little more coaching in their ear, and maybe some just want to be left alone. But how have you had to kind of learn and grow alongside with what each base runner wants from you?
I think that's just a natural thing to get to know the person, get to know their personality, whether that's on or off the field. And I think by learning how they operate off the field as well, it makes it easier to help during our work time while we're on the field, because I know the things that might make them tick, might make them either competitive or the things that might draw them away. So definitely you want to figure out the person before the player, and then once you figure that out, you definitely go help the player.
Hey, what was it like stepping onto the diamond as a coach for the first time? I could imagine you remember what it's like as a player. Were the feelings similar? Were they different? What was it like?
Similar as far as the nervousness, as you want to do well at your job. You want to help the team whatever way you can. But different as opposed to I'm not going to be between the lines, at 7 o'clock. So I think it's actually a little more nerve-wracking, because as a player, you really only focused on yourself, like making sure that you're ready for the game, making sure that you're prepared to go out there. And then as a coach, you got to make sure everybody's prepared. So do you know if everybody is prepared or not? You don't know that every night, but that's where, you take pride in your job and want to go out there and make sure that they got what they need to try to perform their best.
Hey, Eric, does Victor Robles want to steal just every time he's out there? And how do you harness that chaotic energy that he has on the bases?
Yes, but that's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to calm somebody down than to try to pump them up. If you got somebody that's a little timid out there, that's a little harder to get them pumped up. But, for a guy that's, wants to be aggressive, more so it's just teaching the situations and just making sure we got a good feeling. But I also had Victor when I coached for the Nationals back in 22 and 23. So we already had that relationship established beforehand. So he and I pretty much on the same page coming into this year. And it's a blessing to be able to work with him again.
He is the Mariners' first base coach, Eric Young Jr. on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Eric, man, we appreciate your time. Nice to meet you. Have a good one.
Same, I appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, you should be a DB, man. I saw that. And
you were going to get distracted for
excited.
like 20 minutes.
I got excited. I was going to start talking about cover 2, cover 3.
Wide receiver and a DB.
Like, this ain't the huddle. It's the dugout.
Right.
It's the dugout. But no, that's one thing I like about the dugout is that we get introduced to new voices and new minds sometimes. And Eric is obviously one of those guys. Being an East Coast dude, I love asking that question because baseball just isn't the popular sport out there for multiple reasons. One, because it's cold as heck, like he pointed out. And all the dudes I know from the East Coast are hoopers for days. So,
well, there's snow on the field.
Yeah.
I mean, trying to go deal with college baseball, they start in February. They start in February. I know all those northern teams are down playing in Florida and playing in Arizona, but still, you're practicing.
Yeah.
You're out there and there's snow. You're shoveling the snow off of first base, and then you're taking ground balls, and then you're trying to deal with that. So it's impressive if high-end baseball talent comes out of the Northeast, especially if you go to college for that. So it's tough.
It's when I went to Wazoo, I used to watch our baseball team practice in January, and I go out there with my hoodie on, my big jacket on, and just show them love. I'm like, I don't know how you guys are doing that, man. East Coast baseball players might be one of the toughest athletes out there. It's cold as heck. All right, when we come back, we'll talk to Mariners TV broadcaster. You know the name, Aaron Goldsmith. That's next.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation that you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. Yeah, there's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible. But how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer, but to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. A consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance, all that's gone. After that's done, we pay half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
This is The Dugout, Tuesday 1 to 2, every Tuesday. Season is real. We're live, man, and we're joined now by Aaron Goldsmith, Mariners TV broadcaster. What's up, Goldie?
It's go time, man.
It's go.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you? So
looking sharp.
I have a question for you. It has nothing to do with baseball. Someone texted this in. They wanted us to ask you. They asked us if you can do an Aussie accent.
Was this Hyphen that did this?
Yeah, I guess so.
Who texted?
He also said, is Goldie jealous that his partner has better hair? So, yeah, maybe it was him.
Oh, I will say, like, Hyphen's changed it up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're not so tight on the sides anymore. I have noticed, because I've sat next to him for the last week, like, the hair is real, like the season bump. Like, he's looking pretty sharp. He looked sharp to begin with, and now his hair is coming after mine, which I do take personally.
He lost some weight too, man. It's really go time, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. Hey, it's been interesting so far. You had 5 games in. We've seen a little bit of everything, and what I've enjoyed the most is just seeing some of the pop, especially from Randy, because I think we spoke to you last week and we talked about who needs to step up a bit, and Randy's been doing his thing, man. What are you seeing out of his game?
Well, you can't hit the ball really any harder than Arozarena has, and it's been nice last night in particular to see him kind of finally get paid off for it. He's had more hard outs than I don't know, maybe almost more than anybody in baseball this year. He's had some pretty unfortunate luck go his way. And I understand, like if I'm driving in my car right now and the Mariners are off to the start that they are off to, I mean, it's just 5 games. Let's be frank about it. But like the last thing I want to hear is some guy coming on the radio and talking about bad luck. But I do think that if you ignore that in the game, you're ignoring a really big factor in the game. And I think it takes being balanced and nuanced to realize, hey, this guy's had bad luck and this guy just hasn't swung the bat well. And I think there's a combination of both for the Mariners right now. And it's true. You can say that probably about any team in baseball right now, and they're 1 through 9. But for Randy, it's been bad luck. I mean, he's had just one hard hit ball after another of 100, 110, 112 miles an hour. And last night we saw a couple of extra base hits, another homer, on base 3 times. You know, we forget, because he had such a down year last year, just the type of impact player that he has been historically over the course of his career. And he played better with the Mariners after the trade than he did with the Rays prior to the trade. But even the Mariner version of Randy last year wasn't the full Randy experience. And so I'm very excited, like everybody else, to see his hot start because he's been barreling everything up. It's been really impressive.
Undeniably great bat flips as well. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find better ones across baseball, so more home runs there. Hey, Aaron, what do you make of the Jorge Polanco dichotomy so far, which he's been a valuable bat, but at third, it's been a little shaky? Do you just keep trotting him out there? I know you and Ryan were talking about the long toss that he's going through. Do you just kind of hope that takes hold, or what do you do there at third?
I think for the time being, yes. We probably were all a little naive, maybe, if we all thought, and maybe I'm guilty of this, that Polanco would just take the third base right away and act like he's been there his whole career. I think it's a bigger transition than kind of all of us normal people who haven't played at this level or close, even anywhere close to it, might on the surface level think. You know, for Jorge, you wonder also, and Hyphen referenced this in his conversation with infield coach Perry Hill, just how much the knee surgery and feeling like that knee is really 100%, how much that might be affecting his throws as well. I mean, I think we can all relate to this, even on a very small level for anybody who played anything, even if it was just high school, whatever. It's like when you're having to think about something, you can't do it full speed, right? When these guys do anything on the field, regardless of the sport, they're not thinking, they're reacting. I mean, Bump can speak to this certainly better than I can. And my guess is right now Polanco's having to think a little bit, whether he's thinking, man, can my knees support this throw, or where should I be right now on this play? I mean, those are all things that when you're an experienced big league player at a position that you've had your whole life, or at least for a considerable amount of time, you're not processing that. You're just reading and reacting. And clearly Polanco's having to process a lot of things right now. And how long will the Mariners kind of try this out for? I don't know. Maybe he shifts back to second base at some point. And you have Dylan Moore that you can play at third base, Mastroboni in a pinch. We haven't seen much of him at all, of course, this year. There isn't like a great plan if it's not Polanco. Williamson is at AAA, depending on what kind of start he gets off to. But if I were the Mariners, I would give it certainly a longer leash than 5 games.
Goldie, I know you're working when you're watching the game. Me as a fan and an analyst, I'm looking at body language and how guys are responding. I'm not sure, what your take is on this question, but was there a moment where you felt like, okay, Emerson is just in a bad place? Like he's not going to be able to get out of this. And do you feel like there's more benefit from this than hurt? Because the coach in me tells me that, like, hey, man, he's going to learn from this. He'll be fine. Everyone gets lit up every now and then. But there was a moment there where I kind of felt like, all right, it's all bad for this young man today. He doesn't have it.
Well, he was one pitch away from limiting them to 2 runs and getting off the field. Right. I mean, that's the reality of it. It did not work out that way for him. They were, I was about to say they were on him, and in some ways they were. But really, I think Emerson's story last night in that first inning was a story of just nothing goes your way, right? I mean, the pitches that were over the plate in the damage zone got barreled. The broken bat flares dumped in. The borderline pitches weren't called strikes. Now, I'm not making excuses for Emerson Hancock. He'd be the first to say he needs to pitch better than that. And the Mariners, the game was nearly all but lost before the Mariners even picked up a bat. I mean, it was a pretty big hole, obviously, to climb out of. But I think what's probably especially frustrating for Emerson Hancock is that, and I'm not going to pretend that he told me this because I obviously haven't talked to him since yesterday's game, but I can imagine, and I could be wrong on this, but I can imagine a player in his situation where you're filling a slot of time right now until someone else comes back, George Kirby, and you have X number of opportunities to show what you can do. This isn't like if Bryce Miller had a mulligan in his debut, but he's going to have 31 more starts, and his job is secure. For Emerson, we know his role, and it will not be for the whole season if everyone else is healthy. So that, I mean, when that's snowballing on you, I would imagine that it could easily, somewhere in the back of your mind, be like, this is not how I want to spend one of my fill in the blank X number of minimal starts that I will have at the major league level. And also, let's keep in mind, he has fewer than 20 starts in his big league career. I mean, this is not somebody who is a seasoned veteran by any means. We've been talking about him, and we've seen him for years now. He's been with the org, but in reality, he just hasn't been on a major league mound that much in the grand scheme of things.
Aaron, what do you think of the torpedo bats? Are they here to revolutionize baseball? Is this the magic elixir for all offensive problems everywhere?
I mean, I think it's fun. Like, it's fun to have something wild and crazy to talk about. And how much they actually help, I don't know, but guys are using them. So they think it helps. I guess the Mariners already have some that are en route, that are on their way. And I mean, if you were somebody that was not a bona fide proven offensive player, if you've had some struggles or maybe inconsistencies is a better way to put it, yeah, like, try it out, see what happens. Maybe you don't take it to the game, but try it out on the cage and just see how it feels. I think the bigger story beyond the Mariners, but for Major League Baseball as a whole, is the technology has been so shifted and overweighted on the pitcher's side of things and the pitcher's side of the scale for a decade plus. And if you want to look at offensive numbers plummeting in the last decade plus in baseball, strikeout rates going down, strikeout rates going up, balls in play going down. We know the whole thing, right? You can blame that on a number of things, but one of them is that the pitchers are really good and they're better than they've ever been. There are more pitchers than ever, they're throwing harder than ever, and they're spinning the ball better than ever. And all we have done for a hitter is say, hey, here's this fat knob you can put at the bottom of your bat if you think you want to try that out. I mean, there have been a couple other things. The Mariners have a traject system. This is a major breakthrough in hitting technology where you look at a full screen in front of you and it's a life-size image of Justin Verlander. And the ball comes out of the same slot and it's in the tunnel, in the cage underneath the ballpark for the Mariners hitters, and it spins just like Verlander's ball spins. Like, that's a thing. I don't want to act like there's nothing for the hitters, but even with that, there's the scales are so far from balanced. And so if this does a little bit to help balance the scales slightly more, it still won't be even close, but if it's just a little bit more in the hitter's favor, I'm all for it.
He's Mariners TV broadcaster Aaron Goldsmith. Goldie, appreciate you, man. Have a good one today.
Hey, good talking to you guys.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right. I like that. All we do is put a big knob at the bottom of the bat and say, good luck, man. We have pitchers there.
That's what it's been.
Yeah, they're doing their thing, man. All right, we got one more segment here in the Dugout on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. We'll be joined by Mariners Senior Manager of Baseball Communications, Alex Mayer. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
What Randy brings is this kind of edginess that is pretty rare in baseball, to see it combined with kind of a look-at-me showmanship. I don't say that in a negative way, for someone to make themselves a spectacle like that, especially when they're as quiet as they are, till he does something awesome and then he turns into Dennis Rodman. Like, I love it.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on retirement contributions, a very handsome reward indeed. With Robinhood Gold, your annual IRA contributions are boosted by 3%. Plus, you also get 4% APY on your cash in non-retirement accounts. That's over 8 times the national savings average. The perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% IRA boost on annual contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. Rates subject to change. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold at $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Over 8 times the national average savings account interest rate claim is based on data from the FDIC as of November 18th, 2024. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Welcome back to The Dugout, and now we're joined by Mariners Senior Manager of Baseball Communications, Alex Mayer. We call this Stats Spotlight with Alex Mayer. Alex, how you doing?
Great, Bump. Thanks for having me. Pumped to be here.
Hey, we are excited to have you too, man. It's a new thing we're doing on The Dugout. It's like my 3rd or 4th season doing it, and thing I've learned about baseball fanatics, Alex, is they love their data. And
yeah,
football is going that way. So like 4 years ago, I had to start nerding out with this stuff and be like, okay, I got to get with the people and feel what they're feeling. So why not get into it, man? The first thing that sticks out to me is just how hard Randy is hitting that dang ball. I believe he has like an 80 to 81% hard hit rate right now. What are you seeing with Randy? How is he able to pull this off?
Yeah, man, you're on top of it. Yeah, so Randy's average exit velo last year was like a very respectable 90 miles per hour, and that data is from Baseball Savant. I know we're only 5 games into the season in 2025, but he is hitting the crap out of the ball. He's got 8 hard hit balls this year. I think 6 balls of at least 100 miles per hour, including 2 home runs. Like, he looks great at the plate, and he's even ran into some bad luck. I know a lot of his hard hit balls so far have gone for outs, but I'm definitely looking for his numbers to start reflecting some of those hard hit balls more.
Hey, Alex, can you take us inside the world famous Mayer game winning stat? Because you started this. What was this last year you started it, or a couple years ago? And it became wildly popular. So as we approach a game or a week or a series, like for instance today, are there things you're looking at ahead of time, or how do these things come to you? What's the moment of inspiration that strikes for the trademarked Mayer game winning stat?
I'm glad you asked. So honestly, a lot of the time I don't even really have one kind of queued up. I'm obviously like doing the game notes for media, broadcasters, our fans, etc., setting up the interviews and stuff in the clubhouse, and then the game-winning stats kind of just like the cherry on top. Some of the kind of oddities I look for, I guess, are like goofy things with like players' names, like letter, like, you know, we have a lot of R players: Rodriguez, Robles, Rayleigh, Raleigh, you name it. So like tying the letter R into something baseball related, well, that's pretty easy. R is runs scored, runs batted in. So goofy stuff like that. I'm always trying to scratch like new surfaces, I guess, when it comes to notes and numbers. You know, we had some animal names a few years ago, and we had Washington native Jake Lamb on the team. So just goofy stuff like that. Like Bump kind of mentioned, you know, like football is moving in the direction of stats, but like we obviously have 10 times the amount of games as football. About double the games as NHL or NBA. So we gotta find a way to keep it fresh, keep ourselves entertained, right?
Yeah, man, I love it. It's awesome. And I also loved that Cal got that extension, man. And it's been a good week for him. He hit a bomb yesterday as well. If you got a number for Cal, throw it at me, or just talk to me about how important he is to the mission of this organization.
Yeah, no, well said. I mean, I think numbers-wise, I think the one to look at is at the end of last year, he had 93 home runs in his first 4 years, and he only hit a pair of homers his first year. So basically 93 over 3 years. That's insane. Actually, the most home runs by a big league catcher through 4 seasons in the history of baseball, one more than Mike Piazza. So, like, there's your number. And I could go into the defense. I know it's just the segment's too short to dive into all the defense that he brings. But, yeah, as a team leader, for us to extend him like we did is just so paramount. I think the way he leads the pitching staff to obviously hitting the home runs, and just the guy he is, the authentic, genuine nature that Cal brings day in and day out, not only to his teammates and the media, but to the, you know, little people like me and everyone he interacts with on a daily basis. He's just the best, and I'm pumped that he's going to be around.
Hey, Alex, I imagine there are just a whirlwind of personalities and players to interact with, and you have this whole melting pot of people that go through a clubhouse. What's it like interacting with someone like Victor Robles? Because, you know, we see his personality, but I imagine behind the scenes it's even more so. And how do you guys interact with someone that seems as fun as someone like Robles?
Yeah, Victor Robles is one of the most electrifying players that I've seen in my time with the Mariners. Like on the field, obviously the stolen bases, the electric defense. When he was mic'd up for a game last year, telling ESPN and all the viewers that he had 2 monkeys was unbelievable. Like none of us saw that coming. But he keeps things light. He'll always yell your name when you walk by him in the hallway. I think what you see is what you get with Victor, and I know he's tight with Freddie Llanos, my guy in our department. So Victor is awesome to have around.
Tell me about, if you know, how the mic'd up situation came about, because I think it's awesome. Like when football players are mic'd up, I like it, but it's more just you're hearing interactions with their teammates. In baseball, you can actually talk. There's like that start and stop time where you can interact, and I love that. It's just a special part of the game. How did that even come about?
Yeah, no, it's a good call. I think we're trying. When I say we're, you know, I'll talk for all of baseball, I guess here. Trying to move in that direction more. I mean, obviously NFL Films and the whole Sable family, that operation was just like so ahead of its time. And I think baseball's trying to get there. You know, Root Sports has done a really good job providing more access so far this year with, you know, kind of those walk-on interviews like that Ryan Bliss had the other day with our Jen Mueller. Looking for more ways to kind of connect the fan base to the player. And I think miking guys up, whether it's in game, whether it's in the dugout, whether it's airing it the same day they're mic'd up, or kind of like doing it in a more archival system. I think we're working through ways and trying to kind of increase that access and make our fans like fall in love with our players even more.
Hey, Alex, we just had Eric Young Jr. on. I know he's new to the Major League organization this year. Yeah. So that's his, do you guys call him EY? Is that his EYJ?
EY or EY Jr. As a respect to his dad, who is obviously a great base stealer and great big leaguer.
So what should we know about him and maybe some more of these guys, some of these new coaches that we might not know about on this staff?
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, Eric Young Jr., he was with us in the minor leagues, then left, got a good job with the Washington Nationals. So he actually, speaking of Victor, he worked with Victor very closely, which is awesome to have that connection. Then he came back to us before the 2024 season as our basically minor league base running strategist, a role that former Mariner Michael Saunders actually has now. But now EY's up in the big leagues again. First base coach Christopher Negron moves to third. Manny Acta moves to the bench. I think our stolen bases will only go up this year, and we were really good at it last year. But with EY Jr. anchoring first over there, EY, I don't know if you guys covered it during the interview, but EY actually led the National League in stolen bases a little over a decade ago, so he knows a thing or two about stealing bags. And then, Kevin Seitzer and Bobby Magallanes both come from Atlanta, who obviously had a really good offense over the past few years. They're going to definitely help Edgar Martinez's whole hitting operation. And then my guy Lou Boyd, he's our new Major League field coordinator with Carson Vitale taking the Marlins bench coach job. And Lou is actually fittingly from Victoria, BC, just like Carson. And he shows it in his accent and his personality. He's the greatest guy.
Hey, a couple minutes here for you. It's our job to overreact, Alex. You know that. We are not very logical when it comes to analysis and watching you guys. You guys got to stay a bit more level-headed than we do.
Sure.
Just what's your feel of this team right now? What are you seeing that's positive and your expectations for the rest of the series?
I think the starting rotation, while the first turn through wasn't like as spectacular as we were used to seeing it, we saw a lot of really, really good signs. I mean, Logan Gilbert, who goes tonight against the Tigers, was obviously lights out. 7 innings, no walks, 8 strikeouts on opening day and the 4-2 win. Brian Wu looks the part, man. He was really, really good. And then I think Bryce Miller was good. Maybe not, quality start good like we were accustomed to seeing, but I think he's really good. And, let's not forget about The Rock. I mean, this dude is still one of the best starting pitchers in Major League Baseball. So I think the starting rotation's there. We touched on Cal. Julio's mammoth home run from a couple nights ago is still seared in my brain. So, I mean, you got Julio, you got the whole outfield. We touched on Randy. And I think what we've seen out of Jorge Polanco so far, hitting 400 through the first 5 games of the season, is super encouraging to see. And then Luke Raley, first bomb as well. So I really do think there's talent up and down that lineup. They're going to realize their potential. And then the starting rotation is so good. And we got an all-star closer in Andres Munoz.
Perfect, man. Well, Stat Spotlight with Alex Mayer, Mariners Senior Manager of Baseball Communications. We appreciate you, man. We'll do it again next week, huh?
Of course, Bump. And thanks, Mike. Looking forward to joining you guys throughout the year.
Yeah, thanks, Alex.
All right. This has been the Dugout. First one of the year. I did it with my guy, Mike Lefko,
right.
man. If you missed any part of the show or you loved it so much, you just want to hear more, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or SeattleSports.com. Lefko. Good 2 days.
Yep. We'll do it again soon.
We'll do it again soon.
Okay.
Remember, next week or tomorrow is going to be a short show. We'll go 10 to 2. Curtis Rogers is going to be back up in here. And then Stacy will be back Thursday. Then we'll finish the week off on a Friday. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us, man. You guys don't go anywhere. Coming up next, you got my guys, Dave Wyman and Bob Shelton. That's next right here on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
The Mariners making a move to lock up part of their core in Cal Raleigh. This is somebody you drafted, you developed, one of the great catchers in the game. You keep that guy around. He's a leader in the clubhouse. He's everything you'd want in a player. He's everything you'd hope when you draft a young player that they're going to turn into something close to this. And you got it.
Cal could probably get a lot more money on the open market, but he wants to stay here. I think Mariner fans are going to love him forever.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, NFL owners plan to continue discussions about the Philadelphia Eagles short yardage tush push play after tabling a proposal today to ban it. That's according to league officials. The Green Bay Packers authored the proposal, which earned the support of 16 NFL teams. Two sources speaking with ESPN confirming that NFL bylaws require a minimum of 24 votes to approve a change, and the topic is likely to be revisited when owners gather for their spring meeting at May 20th and 21st in Minnesota. Meanwhile, in college basketball, Texas A&M's Buzz Williams has finalized a 6-year deal to become the next head coach at Maryland, according to ESPN.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there. I hope everybody's having a great day. Got a big show coming your way. Gary Hill of your Seattle Mariners broadcast team will join us at 3 p.m. Charlie Furbush, former reliever for your Seattle Mariners, will join us in studio for an hour, Dave. An hour.
Can't
From
wait.
4 to 5 p.m. he'll be with us.
Just going to pepper him with questions. Pepper.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. He's ready. He's ready for him. So we'll talk to him for the 4 o'clock hour, and then at 5 p.m., El Hombre. Michael Bradley will join us on the program. So a lot coming your way. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776. Powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. I was hoping we'd have a game to come in here and talk about all the great things that happened and what a tremendous start, and already your 3-0 prediction is out the window.
I forgot about that. That's why I hate that.
Hey,
I'm always optimistic. It's not gonna change.
You'll just always say they're gonna sweep every series they play. They're always gonna win.
Maybe if I have them going, 0 for 3 in that situation, they actually win.
Yeah, you got to go Greg Amsinger. He's picking them to finish last, and he seems to be doing it almost tongue-in-cheek. Like every time I pick them to do well, they don't. So I'm going opposite. He's going George Costanza.
Yeah.
So I don't think he believes they're going to finish last. I think he just feels like I'm going to say it, thus it will go the other way.
Well, if you look in the standings right now, they are in last in AL West.
I choose not to look at those.
Yeah. It's a little early for that.
Yeah, I prefer not to look at standings. But it was a rough night to say. I mean, it got off to a horrible start. There's no two ways around it. Emerson Hancock was terrible. It was a terrible night. But I would say this, that if you look at his game log from last year, his second start of the season, he gave up 8 runs to the Milwaukee Brewers. He went 3 1/3. He lasted longer, but gave up more runs. It was a disaster. It was a terrible start. He only had one other start the rest of the year that he gave up 4 runs or more. He gave up 4 runs. The rest were 3 or less. So he was giving you quality starts. He was giving you opportunities to stay in the game, give your offense a chance. So he was very consistent. He's not a dominant electric guy. He pitches to contact. The ball's going to be put in play. That's his game. Unfortunately, last night he was just catching so much of the plate. And a lot of the hits, what's weird is he had some hits that were just center cut fastballs, just cookies he's laying out over the plate for these guys to tee off on. And then they had like 3 hits that were, I think, like 75 miles an hour or less on the exit velo. They just landed in the right spot. They weren't squared up. It was just one of those nights where nothing went right. But I'm not panicked about him. It's a bummer. I didn't like seeing it, but I'm not going, oh, he's going to stink from this point forward, and what a disaster he is. It's one of those nights, unfortunately, his first start of the season, and I don't know. You throw it away and get back to it. You got no other choice. You got 2 games. You can still win the series, which is the goal to go into this and take 2 of 3 at minimum, hopefully 3 of 3, but take 2 of 3, it's still there for you.
Yeah, I mean, and I was just looking at, first of all, we talked about this yesterday about, I'm curious to see what the A's are going to be. And Detroit, I mean, they got swept by the Dodgers. Just trying to figure out what kind of a team they are. Mm-hmm. But, they were in 2 of those games. So, I mean, it was Torkelson, I think, is right now, as far as his average goes, is top 25. I mean, they have some good players there, and I'm not too worried about Emerson Hancock. It's just that the thing you worry about is at the front end of the series, you don't want to use up your bullpen, and they did a pretty good job managing that part of it.
Great job.
Yeah,
the bullpen was fantastic. You didn't use any of your high leverage arms. You had guys going there and just chew up, and they had to go 8 2/3.
Yeah,
I mean that was a lot. That was a lot to ask of them, and they did a fantastic job. Especially you look at Vargas, who goes 3 2/3, gives up 1 run. Bizzardo goes 2 innings, so between those 2, you get 5 2/3, 1 run, 3 strikeouts, no walks between those 2. Mm-hmm. So it was Schneider struggled a bit. Inning and a third, he gave up 2 runs on 3 hits. But ultimately, when you ask him to cover that much, 8 1/3. That's a lot. And you're doing it without Munoz. You're doing it without Santos. You're doing it without Spire. You're doing it without some of the guys you look at as your high leverage guys in that bullpen.
Yeah, and I think, flushing it, let's just, to me, I think that there's lots of pressure on Emerson Hancock because, you have such an unbelievable rotation going, and he's got to be that guy that comes in, and he's the unproven one. And so, yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, had a similar start last year, and yeah, I mean, I think he'll be okay. That was the big thing though that you worry about is this going to kill the bullpen for the rest of the series? And yeah. They did a really good job with that. I was very impressed by the bullpen. So yeah, the question Matt asks, is it too early to panic? Yes, definitely. That one you just flush it. But my prediction, of course, is not intact anymore.
Yeah, it's out
the only
the
thing
window.
I'm worried
Your
about.
credibility is gone. We can't trust anything you say.
I don't know ball.
You don't know ball.
No.
You don't know ball.
I'm not a ball knower.
Dan Wilson is a ball knower, and he says this is a game to flush and doesn't think the outing will hurt Hancock's confidence. He's a competitor. It's one of those things where as tough as it is for a fan to swallow and look at this and go, ugh, what a pig of a game that was. Baseball players, they're kind of accustomed to it. You got to play tonight. You're not going to let the same game beat you twice. It's like, yeah, it happens. It's baseball.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one to flush for sure. And no, I mean, I think from his spring training outings and where he was, he really was coming in confident. I don't think he'll lose any confidence in this one. And he's a competitor, and he'll get right back on it.
Yeah, we talked about him having kind of a chip on his shoulder, and the other thing is, it just seems like, we heard this when Logan was named the opening day starter, that Castillo was encouraging him, and that's just sort of the nature of that rotation. So I'm sure he's getting plenty of help, and from the rest of the rotation there, everybody's been through that kind of a start. So yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, he talked after the game, stating the obvious. He said, I didn't put us in a position to win and didn't execute the pitches.
Yeah, I think super frustrated just because, I didn't do my part in helping us get a win. I kind of put us too big of a hole early on, and I just didn't give us a chance at all, especially just to kind of get off that bad of a start. And I got to execute better. I have to, find a way to get out of that inning. That way we can get out and, maybe get some more length out of that game, or, maybe you get into a rhythm and settle in later. But